Hey, welcome in, folks. Happy Thursday. Yes, Thursday. Also, my cat was just saying, yeah, there we go. That's her tail. That's her hitting the mic. That's, you know what? That's her. That's her. That's her on the overhead, sniffing at the book and sniffing at me and wondering why I'm doing anything other than just being on the couch and giving her lap time. Um, hey, sweetheart. Hey, sweetheart. Come. Oh, my God. All right. How is everybody doing? Hello, PB. Welcome in, friend. Ni hao. ¿Qué pasa, habibi? How are you? Oh my God, she's right there. She's right there. She's right there. She's oh. Can you just stay there all stream long and just judge me, sweetheart? Can you? Maybe. She might. Nope. She's leaving. There she goes. There she goes. Anyway, good afternoon. Yes, afternoon. Time is a concept with which I am only loosely acquainted on any given day. But here I am. It is Thursday. Sorry for the late start today. I had a phone call that came in and I got distracted, and next thing I know, it was after 3 p.m. and I didn't even have a title card ready. Here's one thing that I wish I could do, and I'm gonna show y'all. Where is it? Here we go. This I wish I could when I have the streams on Twitch, do the same thing that I get to do on YouTube, which is that you don't see it here. Well, look at that. That's recursive. No, too much streaming. But anyway, I get to do a little title card, which is nice. It's nice, and I wish I got to do that on Twitch, because otherwise the Twitch thing is the Twitch like image is either just a Twitch page or my face, and nobody wants that. So I do wish I could set that up on Twitch somehow. Alas, I mean, I could probably just show the image. Also, hello, Phoenix, welcome in, friend. As always, ni hao, ¿qué pasa, habibi? Where is here we go. So the placeholder image. So if I set that up here and go here, I can have that image. Oop, nope, wrong folder. This one here. Here we go. And I select. Where did it go? No, that's triangle agency. That's not the one I want. Why do I have so many of these, and why are they all in the same folder? There we go. That. Oh my God, that's too big. I mean, there we go. I guess you can see it now. Hey, there. Just have that. I should just have that as the thing for Twitch for a while, and that way at least it can be seen, right? Hi. You can only place it on VODs. Yeah, which I don't do because I completely ignore the VOD side on Twitch, because here's the thing. I know Twitch has changed its rules, regulations, and mechanics or procedures or whatever it is, the rules chapter of the Twitch handbook. And now it's much easier. It's much easier to store your previously played videos, your VODs and stuff, and make them available. But a couple of years ago when I first started streaming, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. I got burned because it was like, here's the stream and here's the VOD, but there was no way to sort of hey, just automatically make the VOD available. It was like, all right, well, you're going to have to like download it, and then you're going to have to do a thing, and then you're going to have to make it available. Like, it was additional extra steps post-stream. That is not going to work for me. You can't, like, the moment stream ends, like, the moment I hit, like, end streaming, hit the little button on my Stream Deck, and the stream ends, I'm done. At least for an hour or so. I just brain off, no thoughts. You cannot ask me to do something directly after the stream, like minutes after. There's a refractory period, if you will, post stream. And it was just impossible. It never happened. I always kept forgetting to do it, and then next thing I know, by the time I went like, oh shit, and people go like, oh damn, I missed that stream. Is there any way I can watch it? And I'll be like, oh yeah, sure. Oh fuck, it already timed out. No, it's gone. It's gone. So many streams. To be fair, there's really no need to archive the bulk of past streams, especially if I was just playing a video game or whatever. But But sometimes, like, I would do, like, some kind of semi-meaningful or at least interesting stream that was like, oh fuck, that's gone, it's gone, lost to the digital ether. It lived while it lived, and then I never clicked the button that made Twitch go, oh, save this one, right? Now I know you can change that, but in the meantime, when I discovered that you can just dual stream here and YouTube, and you technically have an audience on YouTube now, not that I do. Like, I do see, like, a few views come on every stream from YouTube, but they are few and far between. Honestly, YouTube for me is just an archiving platform, and also it's just easier. It's just a lot easier for people to, like, view videos. If I do need to point somebody at an Ox one, I can just point them at YouTube, and it's a lot easier for them to see than trying to get them to go through Twitch and do it. So anyway, all that to say, I wish I wish Twitch had a way to, like, have the little, because I do like having the little, cards to kind of separate the streams rather than just having this set up and my face every single time, which is fine. Hey, Ken Doyle, welcome in, friend, welcome in. Anyway, hope people are doing well. Hope people are having a good Thursday. I'm having an okay one. It's okay. It's not the best Thursday. It is a dreary, cold, drizzly, rainy day here in New York City. I wanted to go out for a walk, but it is absolutely miserable. Just the weather. Everything about the weather today is incredibly miserable. At least there were no jackhammers under my window. I did see the people show up this morning. I was like, oh fuck, not again. But they just kind of, like, grabbed their shit and left. And haven't been back. So, hooray! I hope that stays at least till next week or something. I need a break. But the poor weather it's not helping my mood. It's not helping my mood. But hey, I have not just been sitting here being sad. Oh no! I can do so many things at the same time as I'm sad. It's called multitasking. My ability to do shit and be sad at the same time is just, man, I can do that. I can totally. So I worked out, did the thing. I've been lifted weights and just picked up heavy things. I put them back down again repeatedly for about 2 hours, which is the usual length of my workout, because my workout is a full, like, strength training routine with dumbbells, and you do a minute pause between each set and whatnot. So it ends up taking the better. Well, it is 2 hours, but to be fair, I do kind of squeeze in. I know that 2 hours is to pad in the fact that I will get distracted mid workout at some point. During one of those, like, 1 minute breaks between sets, I'm going to pull out my phone. I'm going to start scrolling, or I'm going to reply to somebody, or somebody will send me a message on Discord, and I'll reply back. And next thing I know, it's been like 5 minutes, and I still have another set of overhead presses to complete. So in actual workout time, it's closer to like an hour 30, with just 30 minutes of padding, around to make up for the fact that I'm not even, like, I get distracted. to reflect the fact that while working out, it does actually help with ADHD, by the way. If you didn't know this, now you do. But also, ADHD still continues to be a thing while you're working out. So PB says, come visit. We have totally typical and not concerning winter weather at all down here this week. Yeah, I've heard it's kind of miserable. I'm hearing from a few other people that they're like, oh wow, schools are closed in places that normally would never have to deal with any of that. Here, it's just miserable. It's just kind of like rainy, drizzly, gray. It's just unpleasant, but it's not like dangerous weather. That said, right as I hit play on today's stream, I got a little alert from my phone. It's a winter weather alert, but it's for Saturday. It's for Saturday. Yeah, winter storm watch. We are at winter storm watch, severe winter storm watch, significant threat to life or property, starting at 7 p.m. February 8th for my area. So, thankfully, good news, bad news, weird news. Normally, my Saturdays are blocked out for Fandible stuff. Hey, I said the word, and that means it shows up in chat. Anyway, normally, well, or does it? Or does it? Or does it? Wait, no, I hit the button. There it is. There it is. Okay, it shows up in chat. Anyway, point is, normally my Saturdays are set aside for that. But this Saturday, because of reasons and things and stuff, also very important to call out the fact that there is stuff. There will be no recording, no Fandible recording this weekend, alas, which means all of a sudden I have my Saturday free. There is one thing I could do, which is that the players for my Planescape campaign are apparently going to be getting together that Saturday to the Saturday afternoon to paint their minis. I think I mentioned a few streams ago that I had printed out 3D printed custom minis for each of them, and they were absolutely thrilled about them. But they were unpainted little gray minis, and so they got very excited about them, and they set a date to the players just on their own. They're getting together to paint their minis, and I'm excited to see what they do. I'm not going to invade that, though. That is a sacred player time. Also, again, there's apparently a winter storm coming Saturday. So the good news is that since I won't have anything else, and the other good news is, of course, since there will be no recording because of reasons and things and stuff, then I don't have to worry about my friends getting caught in a storm trying to get back home after recording. But also, it means that I'm going to be here, which means Saturday I'm probably going to be streaming, like, a lot. Because normally on Saturdays, I'm used to spending 5, 6, 8 hours. I don't think I'm going to stream for 8 hours, but I'm used to spending hours just on, recording, etc., etc., etc. So the point is, I think a Saturday will be a stream day. What will I be doing? Probably just playing some video games. Gonna be honest with you. Friday, tomorrow will be a work day, but Saturday, I think I'm just gonna. I've got a day to myself, and I get lonely. So I will probably be streaming. Oh no, it's grayed out, 82 degrees Fahrenheit, and overcast and humid. Okay, that weather is also terrible. But I can survive that. I have frightened my friends here up in the frozen north with my ability to not give a fuck about summer heat and summer humidity. If you've ever been in New York City, especially in summer, you wouldn't expect it to be this humid. It is, honestly, summers in New York City, in my experience, have been legitimately worse in terms of just how unpleasant it feels than any I've had in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico it literally has a rainforest. It's a small tropical island. It has a rainforest, Puerto Rico, but standard humidity in Puerto Rico it's like 80. I don't think it ever goes below 80 degrees. It has a rainforest for a reason, right? So it's usually but it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel anywhere near as bad as it does up here. But also a lifetime, right? My first 30 years of life were spent down on that island, and it trained me. It trained me. My body is prepared to handle. Doesn't mean I enjoy it. That's a thing, though. I fled the island for a reason, and that is part of it. I do not enjoy the heat. I do not enjoy the humidity at all. But also, I do have +1 to my saving throws against it because of my racial attributes, and my background, the background feats and merits that I were chosen for me by my player mean that I do have advantage on my saving throws against heat and humidity. Despite that, give me a dry heat any day. I can do 105. Yeah, no, dry heat, exactly. I don't have a lot of experience with dry heat. I've never lived. I'm trying to think of it. I've never lived in a super dry area. Up here, wintertime gets very dry, and I have a humidifier that just is working overtime at all time. It is a 2-gallon or so little humidifier, and it just keeps going. It just keeps going. But I go through 2 gallons of water daily with that little humidifier, just to keep this apartment pleasant when it comes to winter time. But dry heat is, again, I've never lived in a place like Arizona or like someplace with a more desert, dry climate. Never actually lived there. Never even like traveled, honestly, to a place with that dry of a climate. So I assume that a dry heat is an easier one just because everybody says so. I don't think I've ever experienced a proper dry heat. Hey, Arbalest, welcome in, friend. Welcome in. Ni hao. ¿Qué pasa, habibi? How you doing? Dry heat is a joke in comparison. Yeah. You can find shade and be fine with humidity. You find shade and are still sweating bullets. Yeah, well, exactly. I'm used to the humidity. I'm used to like, oh, well, at least I'm out of the sun. But I'm also, it feels like you're just walking through, they're just slapping you with just warm, wet towels at all time. And to be fair, with the times I've gone down to the island for like summer, which I haven't gone down in a couple of years, and I don't know when the next time it's going to be that I'm going to get to go down there and visit. Miss my family. But anyway, yeah, you get off the plane and it's immediately, they might as well just like have somebody standing right outside the plane with a warm, wet towel and just like slap you across the face. Welcome to Puerto Rico, gringo. It's a good time. It's a good time. Dry heat will dehydrate you so fast. Heat stroke is a real issue. Yeah, no. So it's that's the thing. That's the thing, right? A dry heat is probably like, since it's less noticeable, it makes me. It reminds me of what there was a specific weather phenomenon that reminds me. Anyway, never mind. It will come back to me. This stream has literally, I've got like metal music playing in the background because today we're talking about Necronautilus, a stoner metal inspired weird sci-fi acid trip of a game. And we're here talking about the weather. You fucking nerds. Look, let's get to it. Let us get to what we're all here to do. Which is, of course, to watch me ramble semi-coherently about tater pugs. That is just what I've built my brand around, and it's not working for me. It's not working for me. Let's go. Hey. I see you over there on the camera. I see over here I've got the chat. I've got this. I'm going to play that so I can see that things are going. Great. Look at that. And this is our victim for today, the game that we will be going through, Necronautilus, published by World Champ Games, which, by the way, World Champ Game Company, they just came out with a new game. Actually, I just saw them promo it. Give me a second. I'm curious. Wait a minute. Let's go. No, not here. Actually, even here. Yeah. Okay. We were here. I want to check something because I thought. Let's see. World Champ Game. TTRPG. Let's check their site. World Champ Game Company. Hopefully, they will have. Okay, here we go. This is actually what they just. Okay, so this is the kind of company we're dealing with. By the way, this is the vibe. World Champ does good stuff. Also, I just love the fact that the logo looks like a wrestling title belt. But yes, I think they're doing this right now. And it's a set. I think it's for Zine Month or Zine Quest. I don't know what's the name. Is it Zine Quest that this month is doing? There's like a big zine thing going on this month, which I wanted to participate in, but it's not going to happen. Mostly because bringing it back to yesterday's stream, graphic design is not my passion. Graphic design is my weakness, and it's so hard for me to like if nothing has ever given me imposter syndrome in the tabletop RPG industry, it's the thought of making like a zine, because to me the zines, it's the vibe of them. It's the vibe. It's the visual design of them almost more than anything else. And I live in awe. I live in awe of them. I absolutely do. But I do not believe in my heart. I do not believe that I can. I'm going to click on this. Yeah, okay, so it's a Kickstarter. How's it do it? Oh, well, they did it. They did it. They more than met their goal. Good for them. Yeah, it's for Zine Month. There we go. Indie horror zines. Again, this looks dope as fuck from the Saint publisher here. I don't have money to back this. There's so many good things coming out this month that I do not have the what the hell was that? No. That I do not have the money to back. Anyway, I like this one. Holy shit, I want this. Sales RPGs for freaks and weirdos. All right, so this is the vibe of the company. Big fan of World Champ. I want this sticker. How do I get that sticker? I'm guessing I shop now. Is there any way? Okay, so Bloodborg. So they make, a Morkborg kind of based on what I've heard of this one. Bloodborg sucks. Yeah, so this is like a Morkborg vampire thing. Oh shit, look at these patches. Give me your blood. Oh, I want all of this. This speaks to me. I've heard such good things about this Discord has ghosts, by the way. This Discord has ghosts in it. Yeah, they make cool, weird titter pigs. Fiskborg, which I think I have it. I think I back this at the digital level. I think I have Fiskborg somewhere around here. Oh, I want this little crossbody bag. I want the T-shirt. I want everything they sell. I want that. Okay, I'm gonna stop looking at this now. I want all of it. I want all of it. Anyway, let's go back to the overhead. Metal stream. In that case, we were conversing about surviving the ravages of nature. I'm assuming. Okay, I'll admit I don't know that one. Is it a game? Is it the fact that you were capitalizing it means either I am missing a reference or is a game that I do not know about? Phoenix, explain yourself. All right, so I back this on Kickstarter. I back this on Necronautilus back on Kickstarter. Only emphasis. No worries. No worries. Let's see here. I backed this on Kickstarter 2020. Yeah, this was around 2020. Or possibly, okay, during the break I'll change. I forgot I was going to change my shirt to the Necronautilus shirt that I have, because I got that shirt and I wear it all the time. Because, I mean, look at that logo. Look at that okay, shiny metal logo. I don't know how well it's coming through on camera because of the reflection, but it's a classic metal thing. So the t-shirt is just the logo on a black t-shirt, and it looks like a metal band. It's stealth tabletop RPG shirt. It's me being nerdy while pretending to be something slightly cooler, like a metalhead. Is it slightly cooler to be a metalhead than to be a Tater Pig fan? I suspect it is. I think it is. I think metalheads are much cooler than I am. Anyway, because of that is why we have the soundtrack that we've got going on today with metal. So I backed this on Kickstarter. This is the Kickstarter exclusive cover, the normal cover, the one that you would get if you were going to buy the book today. Is let me switch back here. Sorry, hey. Just again, here we go. That is the normal cover that we would normally get if you were to pick up this book at your friendly local tabletop RPG store, and it's still lovely and weird and everything, but whoop, and boop, there we go. But this was the Kickstarter exclusive cover, and I'm very happy about it. It makes me happy. It really does. So we read this out yesterday. Let's go ahead and catch up again today before we dive into this weird little game. Description. Everything around you is dead. Every bug you ever stepped on is here, breathing the same noxious air as every star that ever burnt out in this eternal post-life planetary system ruled by death. Necronautilus is a tabletop role-playing game about the subjectivity of language, memory, and reality, set in a stoner metal-inspired science fantasy universe. Channel powerful words and memories to enact your will on the galaxy. Carry out missions on behalf of the blind god Death. Discover new planets. Destroy menacing threats, determining who you really are. So again, for 1 to 4 players and a game master. Oh, and a game master. Jesus Christ, I saw this yesterday, and I was completely 1 to 4 players and a game master. Well, at least they did say it. They did say it. This is. Look, I noticed this at the end of the stream yesterday. I was already tired and babbling, as if I didn't already start these streams tired and babbling. Tired and babbling is, in fact, my brand. But anyway, let's dive into it properly now. The Kickstarter did come with this. which, again, appears to be some kind of hex map. I've never actually figured out what this is, because I've only vaguely... For someone that is such a big fan of this, I got the book, it's like, oh, this is really cool. I kind of skimmed over it and went like, oh shit, I'm never going to convince my friends to play this, and then kind of put it away. So it sat as a sort of just collection object for me. So I'm going to be discovering, even though I've owned this game for like 5 years now, it's gonna be the first time I'm really properly going through it. So I have no idea what this thing is. If it's actually some kind of battle map, if it's meant to be just a poster, or what. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe it's just a thing that came with the Kickstarter. Maybe I could check the Kickstarter page and see what was included in my pledge and identify it. That sounds like the kind of thing that you would do if you were a reasonable person. So moving on. Let's see here. We got colors. All right. So playtesting contribution general support from the Brain Trust made possible by Kickstarter backers in July 2020. Hey, that's me, Kickstarter backer, called out by name. Let's see here. All sorts of legal stuff. Cool. Necronautilus. Wait, if your product declares compatibility with Necronautilus, you must state the following in your legal... Okay, so that's just kind of licensing. While you may use the mechanics of Necronautilus freely, though are encouraged to give credit to Adam Vass and World Champ Game Co. when doing so, you may not reuse art or direct text from Necronautilus. Good. Fair. Understandable. So, Necronautilus, science fantasy tabletop role-playing game, emergent storytelling in a universe ruled by death. We've got design, writing, art, and layout by Adam Vass. Mr. Vass, I assume with a name like that, I'm afraid I'm going to have to assume your pronouns. I'm going to assume they're he, him, but if not, apologies. But Mr. Vass, goddamn. Design, writing, art, and all of it, quadruple threat. Here I am going like, oh, I can write a game. I can write games all day and all night. But as soon as I have to do visual design and layout and anything like that, I freeze up like a deer in the headlights. And here we've got Adam Vass, who's created all this and done all of it on their own. God damn, I hate you. I love you. Hey, we've got some names we even recognize here. Editing by V. Huntsman. Cover art by Shell Khan. Additional writing by Austin Knight, Corey Stroffolino, and Viditya Voletti, whose name I probably just butchered. But Viditya, I know PB, you know Viditya. I think I've met them at a con. If you ask them about me, they will tell you that they don't know me because they don't. Like I said, I think I have met them in passing. I cannot claim friendship or even acquaintanceship with. But I do know the name. Okay, we've got a real quick basic table of contents, an overview, examples, mechanics, spacefaring, a game master section, and a settings section. So let's kind of dive in. Now, as is kind of the vibe with a lot of these games that are just like this. Is there a term? Like, there's Morkborg. And Morkborg was one of the first really huge hits. You do. There we go. It's also a good person to follow on Blue Sky if you're into tabletop. Yes, exactly. And I do, and you should. I do follow them, and you, dear viewer, if you do not already follow them, you should check. You can just search on Blue Sky for Viditya, and you'll find their account. Yes, definitely a designer worth following. So as you can see, like the Morkborg alikes, again, I do not know if there is a term for the genre of Morkborgs. Is there like you know how there's like Powered by the Apocalypse or what's the one for Blades in the Dark, Forged in the Dark and stuff like that? Is there one for Morkborg? Is there one for like Morked by the Borg, Borged by the Mork? I don't know. But anyway, Morkborg-alikes. This is kind of like the vibe of them. You'll notice that in just the way that it is laid out. Again, it's at very much like a zine feel. The art sort of invades the text. It has this feeling of just like being low budget while at the same time. Can I put that name in chat? Yeah. Yeah, I can. But I'm going to have to switch around here. So bear with, bear with. Oh, cripes. Yeah, I actually don't have a handy screen ready for that, but here we go. Here we go. So let me actually wait. Let me get their account. Let me get their account since I can actually do linking because it's my channel and I'll do what I want. Thank you very much. I do what I want. So let me go ahead and just grab their Blue Sky link and just put that on the channel. There you go. And then get the name. Copy that. Rather copy and paste than trust my my poor typing skills. There we go. And that is the link to their Blue Sky profile. So there you go. No worries. Happy to provide, friend. Happy to provide. But yeah, so there is definitely like the vibe of it is that the layout kind of matters. Like look at this one, like the D6. This is a D66 table. D66 tables are very common. I've noticed in a lot of like the Morkborga likes. Let's see what we can do here because I can see that the shine from the light. The pages are shiny in this one, and it is a little hard to get through on the video a little bit, but yeah, you get the idea there. So this is a D66 table, which a D66 table is pretty obvious how that works. So I just roll 2 6s and look at them. So this was, for example, 11. So that's the first one. So word of power would have been radiate. And if I roll a 4-3, you decide which one is first. So 4-3 would have been volcano, etc., etc. D66 tables tend to be. I've also seen a lot of like D666 tables, just because it's fun. But again, see how it is like a weird tangle, spaghetti tangle of things. Yes, another D66 table, D66 table for reasons. These games tend to have a lot of random tables, which I appreciate for one. So, point is, this is the vibe. This is the visual design, and it is very reminiscent of that. Of that sort of, again, Morkborgian, if you will, aesthetic. So let's see. Let's get our little intro to this. Everything around you is dead. Every bug you ever stepped on is here, breathing the same noxious air as every star that ever burnt out in this eternal post-life planetary system. And yet, against all odds, on each planet's surface, new life is breeding, spawning endless creatures, plants, and people to inhabit Death's domain. Through their emissaries, the blind god Death oversees the galaxy and its denizens. They stave off power-hungry lords, catalog the ever-expanding planetary system, track those who would evade their inevitable fate, and maintain the proper order. These tasks are executed by soul-bound clouds of toxic gas, the Death Agents. But each agent was once a being with a body, with emotion, with autonomy. And from deep within the toxic gas cloud they fight to be released, to be remembered, to defy death, to be whole once again. Okay, so are we playing agents? Are we these soul-bound clouds of toxic gas? I'm curious. I wonder if that's us or what are we playing? Let's see. The universe is dangerous. Planets full of feral, flesh-eating beasts. Lucky for you, you're made of gas. I guess we are. We're okay, so we get to literally be sentient bags of toxic gas in this game. We're off to the frickin' races. I can play a soulbound cloud of toxic gas. Just give me some beans. Yeah, no, like I can. That is the bleed on this one is gonna be kind of hardcore. Because boy, oh boy, do I often feel like a toxic bag of sentient gas. Especially depending on what dinner's been that day. Luckily for you, you're made of gas. I'll thank you. I'll thank you not to comfort me like this game. Armies assemble and take aim at your soul. Threats are found with each new discovery. Death brought you here. That doesn't mean you're safe. The universe is weird. Chrome, blood, souls, cries, beasts, demons, ashes, swords, witches, dinosaurs, bones, lasers, angels, spikes. Fuck yeah. See, this is why we're playing royalty free, by the way. I have this playlist claims that it is royalty free. I hope so. But still, royalty free metal. The universe is infinite. Crystals harness energy and come to life. Mages perform 1,000-year rituals. Golden giants drink liquid night and bathe in the sunset afterglow. If you can imagine it, it has already died and arrived here for you to discover. Oh fuck! Okay, no, I gotta. Okay, that phrasing. Fuck yeah. If you can imagine it, it has already died and arrived here for you to discover. That's metal as fuck. That's well done, game. Well done. We're off to the races. Finally, the universe is yours. This universe is your own, but death rules it all. Every group of players discovers and defines every planet, allowing infinite exploration in any direction or tone you desire. Read to learn how the agents work. Play to define what death and memory mean to you. Alright, so concept-wise, pretty free. I thought, and here's the thing, okay? Because of the Morkborgian vibes, I'm just coining that term. If people can say that things are Cronenbergian, I can say that things are Morkborgian. All right, that's it. I am claiming that. If somebody else already coined that, cool. I do not then claim original rights. But if nobody else has coined Morkborgian as an official tabletop RPG design term, I am doing so right now. All right, clip that, post it on the internet. Morkborgian. Anyway, based on the Morkborgian vibes of this game, I thought, right? I kind of assumed, and you know what happens when you assume, you may be wrong. Anyway, I assumed that you played a wretch of some kind, because that seems to be the case in a lot of these sort of Morkborgian games. I'm just going to keep saying Morkborgian until I get tired of the term, and I'm not going to get tired of it, not during this stream anyway. Yeah, I thought you were going to play some poor, hideous wretch who is barely making a living and surviving in the belly of some fucked up spaceship, and your life is horrible and terrible, and you know, because okay, this is why I think that. Where is it? Ah, here we go. Bear with. This bears comparison here. This bears comparison. So we've got Necronautilus, which also has that same vibe, but we've also got Vastgrim, which I think wears its Morkborgian heritage even more clearly. You'll notice the 66 tables. You'll notice that the visual design is very much, again, like that vibe, that like, there's no just blank page. This one had a slightly higher production value, whereas Necronautilus is mostly black and white. Vastgrim had a lot more color, shinier pages. In fact, depending on how quickly this stream goes, maybe we can, you know, look at both. A comparison might be interesting, but Vastgrim definitely does have that, like, I'm just, like, here's your classes. Wait, can we find the classes real quick for Vastgrim? Let's see. Yeah, Soul Survivor, Lost Technomaniac, Twisted Biochemist, Treacherous Merc, Emobot, The Devout, there's character creation was the first one here. The Machine. So, I mean, you're not complete trash, but you are just, you know, you are a weird dude. You're just a weird little dude. You're a weird little guy. A filthy, nasty little space goblin. in this game, and you have there's a lot of like being infected by weird space bugs and whatnot. I mean, again, look at that. But this, the game we're actually looking at today, Necronautilus. And by the way, hi, Kitty. Hi. Do you want to say hi to the people? I think she does. I'm going to try and point my camera here so that y'all can see my cat. Just there we go. Y'all can look at the cat rather than look at me. Although I guess the fact that there's a light right behind her, I mean, it does kind of make her look like she has a halo. Hey, sweetheart, how you doing? Are we judging? Yes, we are. We are judging. We are judging. Sweetheart. Ooh, you judgy little kitty. Yes, you are. Anyway, let's get back to me. This is the important thing. Hi. So this appears to be even more high concept than something like Vastgrim. Although Vastgrim also gets really, really weird really, really quickly, all of which I appreciate. All right, let's hop on. Hey, look at that. Right away, we've got some safety concerns, safety rules. The comfort of all participants is paramount and takes precedence over any aspect of the game itself. Let's see, Necronautilus is a tabletop role-playing game for a game master and 1+ players who act as souls bound to clouds of noxious gas called death agents. They will explore planets inhabited by creatures who have all died in a universe outside of time. Using their words of power, they will act on behalf of the blind god Death to maintain order in the galaxy. Their powers will grow and splinter as they learn about and explore the corporeal life they left behind. Each player needs a character sheet. Page 80. Hey, let's take a quick look at page 80. See what that character sheet looks like. It looks, I think, like this. Alright, is this page 80? Yes, 78, 79, so page 80. So this is our character sheet. So we've got, here we go. Kind of a weird skull. So you got words of power, which I assume is this area. Got our collection of things. We've got a title, your luck score, your life score, your items, whatever those are, memories, and reasons. And there's also this character sheet, which I'm assuming is our skills. No, this is our spaceship. Our ship name, the condition of the ship, systems, navigation, communications. Though these look a hell of a lot like clocks, and we do like clocks. Hey, Tristan! Tristan, welcome in, friend. Ni hao, que pasa, habibi? How are you doing, friend? It's kind of, well, no. Actually, no. I was going to say it is, but it isn't, actually. It looks like Morkborg in space, but it's not. You are playing a sentient bag, a sentient cloud of toxic gas in a universe outside of time. The one that I was just looking at, though, here, this one, Vastgrim. Can I get a title for this? Here we go. Vastgrim. From Infinite Black. This one is a lot closer to Morkborg in space. Again, I'm still looking through this, so I might be wrong. But just from what it's being presented to us with Necronautilus, it definitely immediately veers in a different direction. It's a much more sort of weird, philosophical. You're talking about words of power and changing the concepts of the universe, while Vastgrim definitely takes a much more like you are a nasty, filthy little space weirdo, barely making a living and trying to survive in a nasty, filthy, weird space. Which to me is kind of the vibe for Morkborg, where you're a nasty, filthy, kind of like adventurer person thing, going through a nasty, filthy, horrible world in which nasty, filthy, horrible things try to do nasty, filthy, horrible things to you. Which sounds like such a good time, honestly, doesn't it, right? It does make you wonder, like, really, what do we all see in these games? Well, the basic concept is everything is terrible, you are terrible, terrible things are going to happen to everyone, including and especially you. Roll some dice. Let's see how terrible it all gets. Rao, gotta write both of these down. Totally a mark for high vibes. The vibes are absolutely exquisite on both of these games. And again, I think if we have enough time today, we'll do both. But otherwise, this might be a really good segue. Go from here to Vastgrim, which I'd also been meaning to do anyway for a while. But let's kind of get back to Necronautilus. Again, Necronautilus, and again, just Tristan, just in case if you missed the beginning of the stream, there's the whole description which we just read, but let's reread it one last time, and then we'll move on. All right. So, tabletop roleplay game for Game Master 1+. Players who act as the players who act as souls bound to clouds of noxious gas called death agents. You will explore planets inhabited by creatures who have all died. In a universe outside of time, using their words of power, they will act on behalf of the blind god Death to maintain order in the galaxy. Their powers will grow and splinter as they learn about and explore the corporeal life they left behind. And no worries. Always glad to try and catch people up, since I know it's very easy to get lost if you tune in midstream. So, each player needs a character sheet, which we just saw again, page 80. That is a weird ass. The vibe of the game is just weird all around, and I do love that. But this is the character sheet. It is a weird little skull. Let me see if I can get that closer to the camera here, because I know the light shine is making it harder to view. There we go. So that's a character sheet right there. That is your weird ass little character sheet for this game. Let's go. You'll need 2 six-sided dice. Oh, buddy. Two. Those are rookie numbers. Absolute rookie numbers. Wait, what? Okay, I'll need. You'll have to tell me what. Wait, what? Where? What is the point of character sheet? Is a skull? Yes. Again, let's bring it back up. Look at that. That is the character sheet. It is a skull. It is the page is held landscape. It is sort of a weird, wide skull. Almost doesn't even look properly human. It looks kind of weirdly insectoid. And so in one eye socket, no worries. Happy to describe, Ethan. So it is kind of like this weird hand-drawn skull that is wide. It does look weirdly insectoid to my eyes. It's got 2 huge lopsided eye sockets, and one eye socket has a set of lines and the title above with this word of power, while the words of power, rather. The other eye has a sort of tic-tac-toe grid and the title collection, so I'm guessing that's where we'll keep whatever our collection is. We'll find out as we go. There are 5 teeth in this skull, and above them are the letters ITEMS, items. Again, we'll figure that out. The nose hole of this skull is kind of divided down the middle, and one side of it is labeled luck, the other side is labeled life. And in the middle of the forehead, there's a little thing for your title. And then at the bottom of the page, there's just space for memories and for reason. But yes, it is sort of a sideways skull, is how the character sheet is set up. But also, just from looking at it, there's nothing here that I'm seeing that couldn't very easily be translated to just a simple, text-based sort of character sheet or just a simple form. It is visually cool, but it does not depend on that visual design, right? It is not subjugated to having to be seen that way. It is still just space for you to write certain specific stats is what it looks like. And next to that, we do have a separate sheet for your ship with a really weird drawing of a kind of tentacle weird ship. We'll get to that. Yeah, this not World Darkness sheets. I can't imagine actually how complex some of those must be for like screen readers. Character sheets in general for so many of these games, right? So let's see here. Each player needs a character sheet, 2 six-sided dice, and a pencil with eraser. The GM will need some scrap paper, a pencil, and up to 6d6. You'll describe the hell for me one day. Oh boy. So when told to roll d66, roll 2 six-sided dice using one as the tens digit and the other as a units digit, yielding a 2-digit number between 11 and 66. When told to roll d3, roll 1 six-sided die and divide the result by 2, rounding up. Fairly straightforward mechanics. So we got safety, a whole safety section, including basic lines and veils, an explanation of your basic open door policy. I do sincerely appreciate any time that a game names the Olivia Hill rule by name and brings it up. The Olivia Hill rule, by the way, is one that I've been meaning to insert into my own games. I honestly just kind of forget to do so. But you know what? Just assume that any game that I have written or worked on has the Olivia Hill rule included. The Olivia Hill rule, by the way, I'll go ahead and read it out. While this game can approach a power fantasy and deal with totalitarianism, you are not welcome to play as fascists or further that agenda. You are not my people, and this is not your game. If you're a fascist, you're not welcome to play this game. It's against the rules. If you're reading this and thinking, you just call everyone you disagree with a fascist, then you're probably a fascist, or incapable of drawing inferences from context and acknowledging a dangerous political climate that causes the oppressed to be hyperbolic. Don't play this game. Heal yourself. Grow. Learn. This rule was written by Olivia Hill of Machine Age Productions and presented here under Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 4.0 International Public License. So yes, the Olivia Hill rule is one of my favorite safety tools in any game, and again, you can just assume, even if it's not mentioned by name, assume that all my games fall under this rule. I do need to make a point of including it more often. But yes, a lot of the games that I truly love, especially from World Champ, like again, World Champ Game Company has they're a punk. They're just a punk tabletop RPG company. A lot of their games fall under this rule. And yes, okay, if you're a fan. And the funny part is this was written back. This was like, oh, the Olivia Hill rule has existed for longer than this game, definitely. But this was like back in 2020 already, and like it is as applicable as it fucking ever is, if not more, with every passing day. The point is, yes. If you're a fascist, no, it's against the rules for you to play my game. Period. That's it. End of fucking discussion. All right, and we have the cats. Hey, look at that. Cats on camera. There she is again. Sweetheart, why are we so intense today? Why are we? You normally sleep through this part of the stream. It's usually later when you want to be fed, but today you're just here. Hey, Sayase, welcome in, friend. Ni hao, ¿qué pasa, habibi? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. And yes, again, the Olivia Hill rule is the best rule in any tabletop RPG, well included. And then finally, the last sort of safety tool we have is the CATS system. The CATS acronym, which stands for Concept, Aim, Tone, and Subject Matter. And it's basically just some simple guidance to, hey, discuss the concept, aim, tone, and subject matter of your game with your players before you play. I'll take a very quick aside on this, because I've actually mentioned this before. I am one. My hot take is that as much as I like safety tools, I honestly internally prefer to refer to them as communications tools. And here's why. Like I know a lot of people will like reject safety tools for their own reason. I'm not reject. On the contrary, I'm pro 100%, 1,000% pro them. But that said, I feel it's mildly problematic to call them safety tools because that places the expectation on them that if you, and the sort of the assumption that if you are using quote unquote safety tools in your game, then you are providing a safe game environment, especially with people that you don't know. Safety tools and communication tools are often specifically for when you're playing with strangers, especially when you haven't calibrated a lot of stuff. They're calibration tools or communication tools. There's something, they're an extra tool that will help you communicate and be clear at the table and set proper expectations. That's really what most safety tools boil down to. Like stuff like the X card is super useful. Again, especially among strangers, it can be very useful, and the idea behind it is a good idea. But I've also known people who have a literal trauma response to stuff like the X card because it can be abused. Like, this is not like, again, this is not a dismissal of the safety tools, but it is, the X card can be used as a tool to kind of like kill a conversation and just stop and prevent someone from expressing themselves. For example, and this is not a specific thing. This is kind of like a generic example because I'm not going to talk about the specific events that I am aware of, but I have been aware of things like the topic of transgender or just LGBTQIA plus topics coming up in a game, and somebody who's more conservative or just an outright fucking fascist hitting the X card on that shit. No. It's like, oh, well, it made me uncomfortable, so I wanted out of the game. And technically, rules, quote unquote, rules is written, that's a valid use of the X card. But did it make anybody at the table feel safe? Does it make anybody at your table feel safer and better about the game they're playing that somebody X'd out the mention of a gay person or anything like that? I don't think so. So again, the safety tools in and of themselves, just having them in your game, is not a guarantee that you are providing a safe environment. What can go a lot closer towards guaranteeing that is communication, is setting these expectations at the table, talking it out and going, hey, everybody, this is what we're going to play. This is what the game is going to be about. These are the topics that are going to be covered. And this is the tone that we want to set. Is everybody on the same page? Does anybody have questions? Does anybody want to bring anything up? Exactly, safety tools, like all tools, exactly, can be abused if you're not careful. But again, I think, and that's my one problem with calling them safety tools, that I have seen a push from some people or a sort of a misunderstanding that it's just like, well, if a game has safety tools, then it is safe. And no. So that's why, to me, it is more about communication and setting the tone. It's still the same tool, it's still the same net effect, but what you're trying to do and what is important here is that set that communication, set that expectation. Safety comes with that. And I know it is to a point just sort of quibbling over terms, but I think there's less weirdness around using more of the term like communications tools than safety tools in this. But again, I'm not married to that opinion. As you've seen, I'm sure, in previous streams over and over, anytime I see the word safety and safety tools pop up at the beginning of the game, I get happy and excited. I like seeing them. I'm always happy when a game includes them. But again, that is just sort of a personal, like, I have seen times when these tools have been abused, and because of that, I do have some reticence to just going like, hey, I have safety tools, that's it. It's like, no, we have communications, we're setting tone, we're setting everything else, and that part of that is making sure that the comfort and safety of your participants is part of that communication and that setting of tone and expectations within the game. And then once you've done that, then it's a lot more likely that you're not going to get something like that abuse of the X card or anything like that. But yeah, that's just me kind of like venting off to the side. But what is clear, what is not confusing and strange? That's right, folks. That's right. It's hi, cat. Oh my god. The cat's in the way. Let me hit the buttons. I'm trying to make a swift cut to the ads because it's. Once again, look, it's top of the hour. It's ad time. We're going to do the ads real quick. We're going to do 3 minutes. I'm going to pet my cat and see what's got her so worked up today. She just wants pettings. And I'm going to refresh my water, which I really haven't touched, and it's now warm instead of cold. And hey, once we get back from the ad break, as always, I will give you a quick rundown on how you could have avoided the terrors that are awaiting you for the next 3 minutes. But until then, we will, of course, be right back. Important, vital cat updates. The cat did, in fact, just want pettings. The moment I stood up, she ran. I've said this before on stream. She has this thing she does. She has on her windowsill, she has a little box full of cat grass, and she loves to be up on the windowsill, munching on the cat grass while glaring just death daggers at the birds outside. And so the thing that she likes best of all is when you pet her while she is munching on cat grass and glaring at birds. This is her favorite thing in the world. So she will lead me to her little window nook and scream at me the whole way, meh, 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 until she gets up, and then she'll like look at you, expecting like, come on, make with the pettings. I'm at the cat grass. It's what she wanted. It's what she wanted. I gave her some pettings. She is now okay. And also, check it out, folks. Check it out. Look at that. I am wearing the shirt now, Necronautilus shirt. It looks like a metal band logo, but it is in fact a tater pug. You just got tater pugged when you thought you were seeing a metal band logo. But no, I'm not a metalhead. I am actually a giant nerd. Ha ha ha. Fooled you. Hey, speaking of nerdery, spoiled kitty to the... Yes, she is. She is the most spoiled of kitties. That is how she is. I am 100% responsible for spoiling her, and she is my flesh and blood daughter. I will do what I want. That it is my right and responsibility as her biological father to spoil her. Tristan says, I got my cats a grass box for their window spot, but they haven't really nibbled yet. Takes a while for them to accept new stuff. Sometimes it does. And also, not all cats are super into it. Some cats will ignore it. Some cats will love it. Like, for example, I mean, this is pretty common in cats, but so many cats will just absolutely ignore like certain toys. But then you give them just a scrap of cardboard, and they're like, "Holy shit, cardboard!" And it's their favorite name. So it's their favorite thing ever. So she's very much like that. She's very much like that. I have yet to find a toy that really keeps her attention for more than like a few seconds. Let's see. And metalheads and giant nerds are a circular Venn diagram. It is true. It is true. Nerd and metal are, in fact, not mutually exclusive. Witness the fact that we are going through a stoner metal-inspired game today. It's just that I myself, I love metal. I am a metal fan, but I would not call myself a metalhead. I'm not going to concerts and moshing. I'm not, like, I'm, alas, my... default musical tastes pretty much start and end at My Chemical Romance and its ilk. All right, my entire Spotify subscription was just, hey Spotify, play My Chemical Romance and songs related, in that general vein. And Spotify was like, really? That's all you want? You could have just downloaded like about 100 MP3s and that's it, because that's really all you listen to. And I'm like, yes, I could have. So anyway, point is, that's where my musical tastes normally go. So while I do love me some metal, it's not my default, right? I'm an emo kid. I'm an emo kid at heart. So I can't call myself a metalhead. So to me personally, wearing the Necronautilus shirt, it is a little bit of cosplaying. Anyway, let's get back to it. So we're off to the races with some rules, I guess. Let's go. The game says, and now back to reading. We interact with the world through language. Words define ourselves and our beliefs. They describe the things we discover and interact with. They relate our experiences to those around us. Words on this page are teaching you how to interact with this game. The conversation you share with your fellow players is the game itself. It's words all the way down. Everything in this game revolves around words, capital W, words. Keep these basic aspects in mind when setting up and planning your session. So again, this game is going to get real weird. That's why I say, even though the visual vibes of the game, the design of it, the visual layout and design is very more Morkborgian, I'm going to keep using that term. The actual gameplay is so ridiculously high concept. So words are advancement and XP. Players collect and learn new words through exploration and interaction with worlds. God damn it. Oh boy, that's going to be a problem. Interaction with worlds and their creatures. Players can save words in their character's inventory and trade them with the GM to customize the game. Words are player powers. Instead of spell lists or attribute scores, players choose a few words of power. When one of their words of power could apply to a desired action, the player will describe its intended use to the group and roll dice to determine the outcome. If you don't have the right word for the moment, you can test your luck, but don't count on it. More on this on page 24. Words create new planets, denizens, memories, and powers. All players come up with a few words to use before play, and can use them in a moment's notice to change the galaxy around them, instantly creating infinite quantum planets and creatures to interact with. Word suggestions on page 18, GM uses on page 52. Words are subjective. During play, players may interpret, spell, or pronounce words differently than you. Words can mean different things in different languages, including those you don't know how to speak. This is a feature of the game, not a flaw. Words mean different things to different people for different reasons, and no interpretations are inherently wrong. But there's an asterisk here. Asterisk says, some words should obviously not be used in this game or even outside of it. Be smart and be kind. Hate speech, slurs, and other deliberately offensive language is against the rules. Again, it's not even a preference. It's against the rules, goddammit. Don't use slurs, especially racial slurs, especially sexuality or gender slurs. Just don't be a fucking dick. Don't be a fascist, all right? This becomes even more true during play, where you may be forced to restructure words, omit letters, intentionally spell things wrong, or liberally stretch their definitions just to survive. Creativity, especially the ability to produce a desired outcome from a constrained list of choices, is central to playing Necronautilus. So it literally is, we're playing with words in this game. And hey, y'all remember how we ended the stream yesterday checking out that weird little nigh unplayable game, Time Wizards, in which your character's powers are literally just phrases that your GM said during their intro sequence, and you interpret that? Again, same thing, Mage the Invisible Sun. Tristan. Good. That's definitely one way to look at it. Also, hey, here we go with the derails as usual. So last night, I was kind of looking at my various games and such, and just trying to plan out some stuff. And I kept looking at the Invisible Sun shelf. I have this shelf where I have the Invisible Sun. And I thought to myself, Self, for all you know, Cat, why are we, do we have the zoomies? Oh, Cat may have the zoomies. Anyway, I said to myself, I didn't talk to myself about the cat. I do talk to myself about the cat fairly often, but not this time. This time I was talking to myself about Invisible Sun. I said, Self, February is kind of a pivotal month right now. Okay, we are budget-wise and situation-esque wise. It's a pivotal month. Let's just say that. So there is a non-zero chance that this is the last month you'll have to do this shit that you're doing right now. Who knows? Maybe not. We're trying real hard not to make that happen, but it could happen. And if that's the case, Self, would you be happy with yourself if you did not, in fact, do that whole Invisible Sun deep dive? That the invisible month, if you will. And it's a bit late. Right? We already like the first week of February is basically gone. But what if, dear viewer, dear listener, I took the rest of the month and just went whole fucking hog on Invisible Sun, and just really just like let's do this. Even if this is the game I have to go out on, let's make it. Let's go. Let's fucking. I think that's what's gonna happen. I think starting next week, I've threatened to do this before, and I think it's time that we make that threat actual. I think it's time I deliver on what I've threatened to do for a long time. So I suspect, you know, I would say don't hold me to this, but no, please hold me to this. Next week, so that would be probably starting on Tuesday. Who knows? Maybe even Monday. We'll see how it goes. I'm still experimenting with stream times. But anyway, next week, let's get weird. Let's get real weird with February, and let's do the deep dive into Invisible Sun. I've been hinting at it all this time. Hell, the background here, down here in the overhead, this is the Path of Suns. This is an Invisible Sun prop. I've technically, you've been staring at the Invisible Sun stream the whole time. Anyway, well, that'll be next month. But next week. Today, though, yeah, we're still getting weird with it. This is a game. Your stats are words. Cool. Let's go. Let's see how that actually works in this game. Next page. Death. Death is an ancient being operating outside of time and logic. They traversed space before there were even stars to illuminate it. Their presence is felt as a weight on your chest. A pain in your head, a burn on scar tissue, a spot in your vision, a frequency you feel but cannot hear. So we've got a few facts about death. One is that death is blind. Figuratively, they operate outside of subjective morality. Death comes for those who are meant to die, which is everyone. And literally, they cannot see. Death can only feel and be felt. This gives many denizens of the starscape the toxic hope that they may hide or escape from death. But alas, death comes. This entire galaxy is dead, but allowed the illusion of normalcy within death's domain. It exists outside of time. Those who died millennia ago and those who will die tomorrow are here together, quote-unquote, now. Humans and their every ancestor, extinct plankton animals, even burnt-out stars, every being in this galaxy is dead, whether they know it or not, and as such can no longer die. There is no merciful escape from death's realm, no galaxy past this one. A being may be changed or incapacitated as the blind god wishes, but none are fully gone. Despite this, our galaxy also contains new life. Just as multiplying two negatives returns a positive, creatures never before seen, plants never before planted, and people never before birthed are given new life here. While this life amid harsh terrain and dangerous beings is filled with hardship, being alive in the realm of death offers you a peace unknown to countless others. When your life comes to its due end, you know where to go. There is nothing outside this galaxy. Trust me. Alright, metal as fuck. I dig it. And we got a little 2-page spread here with what look to be a set of mountains with giant mouths on them, kind of. That's the best interpretation I can give you. And the caption, or rather the scrawled words on it, the scrawled questions. What are you? What were you? What do you want to be? Oh, maybe this is us. We are, after all, toxic bags of, or rather, sentient bags of toxic gas. Both in the game and often, again, in real life. So I think maybe that's what we are. Maybe this is a drawing of us, because there are mountains, but the things with the mouths are more like, sure, that could be some kind of weird bag of gas, I guess. It could be interpreted as that. We'll find out. Here we go. The Death Agents. Who you are. A death agent is a fractured fragment of a once living soul tasked with carrying out the orders and whims of death. They exist outside reality, manifesting as a cloud of noxious gas and potential in the approximate shape of a person. Their forms twist and warp to accommodate any planet's gravity and atmospheric pressure in the entire post-life galactic system, though maintaining those adaptations is a painful task. Too much time on any given planet traumatizes the agent's soul, encouraging compliance and discouraging desertion. So death directs agents to 1. Discover and catalog planets for ease of future missions. 2. Track, persuade, surveil, subdue, report on, and otherwise deal with those who would escape death's ruling. And 3. Maintain balance in the universe by preventing or punishing exploitation, totalitarian rule, and other forms of subjugation. Because just because we are, this is editorializing here, just because we are sentient bags of noxious gas doesn't mean that we're fucking fascists. So let's be clear. We are fighting totalitarian rule in this one as Death's agents. And so here we go. The Death Agent. Death agents swear to perform their duties as best they can. In service of this responsibility, they are stripped of identity, their name and memories scattered among the stars. Only a glimpse is permitted to remain. The reason, capital R, reason, they became a Death Agent. While this allows the agent to be constantly reminded of their obligation to death, it leaves an unfortunate backdoor through which other memories can be accessed, recalled, and channeled. Thank you, Dan. Agents are generally deployed in small teams expected to work harmoniously, each contributing words of power to efficiently accomplish their task. Unfortunately, missions may still become compromised because, despite lacking personal identities, despite lacking personal identities, any souls in close contact run the risk of disagreement or defection. Agents who experience difficulty or observe a fellow agent succumbing to the wills of their souls or memories should report such behavior to a superior agent immediately upon entering the safety of interplanetary stasis. Let's see. Nice. Sadly, I have to go early today. Hope you have a great stream. No worries, Bathan. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you have a great rest of your day. As always, truly appreciate you dropping by and appreciate your subscription. Thanks so much, friend. And no worries, you'll be able to catch the VOD on YouTube later if you want to see the rest. But also, yes, this is a really weird, really interesting game. I will say I do not know. I'm looking at the physical book here. I do not know if I should hope that there is an accessible PDF or e-reader friendly, because again, the visual design of this is very much that sort of scene weirdness. But hopefully there is a. If I'm able to find one later, I'll make sure to link it up later on the chat as well. All right, let's see here. Memory, who you were. Registering to become a Death Agent includes allowing one's soul to be stripped of individuality and history to enhance efficacy and reduce field complications. Memories only distract Death Agents and put the souls of their fellow agents at risk. The only exception is a memory of the pivotal event where that soul decided to become a Death Agent. Their reason, capital R. Isolating this moment and leaving it in place serves as a reminder for any agents who might deviate from accepted practices regarding memories. This tactic has proven extremely effective in past incarnations of Death's agency, where it has reduced social conflicts between agents, quickened mission execution, and reduced rates of defection. Allowing access to one profound memory is a calculated risk, though, as some agents will begin to experience and recall further memories, bringing their purpose or reality into question. Engaging with memories in this way is an act of defiance, and repeated experimentation with one's consciousness will result in disciplinary action on behalf of the agency. Okay, so this is kind of taking a bit of a thematic turn. Because yes, we are sentient bags of toxic gas that work for death. But now there's like an agency, an organization, a whole, there are rules. They're almost like hints of stuff like triangle agency in here in that sense. All right, let's see. Agents monitor their soul's stability by measuring the fluctuations of their life, capital L, life value. Life and death exist on a spectrum, and agents will reckon with vast fluctuations along that spectrum during their service. Life exists in this universe, but all inevitably approach death. Most commonly, life measures vitality and must be kept positive for agents to continue basic functioning. Reducing life to zero puts one's soul into unconscious stasis. They cannot be damaged further, but cannot communicate or interact physically. The gas cloud around them dissipates incognito until it becomes safe once more, and the cloud slowly regenerates with the soul intact. There's a little scribble down at the bottom there, handwritten scribble that just says, "Close your eye." Let's see here. And then life values may also increase during field work for inexplicable reasons. If the value gets too high, the agent is no longer viable and is forcibly retired from service. This fluctuation is hypothesized to be caused by perversions of agents' desires, and each event threatens the stability and safety of death's domain. So it's a balancing act. You got to keep your life value high enough to not go into full like stasis because you're just fully dead, but not so high that you're forcibly retired from service. Oh, and there's a little scribbling at the bottom that says, again, handwritten scribble, "Can you hear me right now? You need to remember." So I'm guessing that we're going to be discovering some weird shit as we go, it looks like. And then there's a little section here titled Scale. Death agents possess immense power with no parallel in the living world. The potential of feats performed by uttering single words are bound only by imagination and your perception of reality. With this immense potential, death agents warp reality to their liking, but are not all-powerful. Other forces are at play, magical and mundane, combating the agent's energies and creating complications along the way. If the dice are in their favor, players can use one of their reality-shaping tools to change the circumstances of your story quickly and dramatically. Doing so should always be done in good faith in the spirit of the game, overcoming adversity, acting in self-preservation and duty, and furthering the collective narrative. Players could use words, memories, and luck, all of those are capitalized, to break the game, but to do so would be acting against the spirit of play and diminish the game experience for other players. Favor actions that make the world interesting, the story compelling, and the game fun. Alright, now we've got an explanation of that character sheet, so we've got a small version of the sheet that we showed, and a little bit more of an explanation. Okay, so we've got the Words of Power section, which is on the left eye socket. The energy and will of the Death Agent is deployed through words of power. Without these words, the agent would simply be a cloud prison for the soul. Channeling this power allows death agents to meaningfully interact with the universe and its denizens. These are spells, feats, attributes, specialties, or other exceptional displays which enact your desires upon reality. For more on using words of power, see page 24. Each agent begins with 3 words of power. These should be single words of varied length, but at least 4 characters long, each written on their own line on the character sheet. Players are encouraged to be as creative or abstract with their word selection as possible, including choosing words of any part of speech, noun, verb, adjective, etc. Each word of power has a value written in the corresponding bubble. This starts at 6 and can increase through play as high as 10. For a selection of suggested words, see page 18, and we'll see that very shortly. Then we've got the collection part of the character sheet, which is the right eye socket. Each player begins with up to 3 words in their collection that can be used to catalog planets, assist fellow agents, modify their ship, or create new words of power. A player can collect more during play and can carry up to 9 unused words at a time. They may be any length, but must be at least 4 characters to be used as a word of power. When a word from the collection is used for any purpose, it is permanently removed from the character sheet. You can turn a collected word into a word of power, value 6, by spending d6 life at any time. Interesting. Okay, so you got your basic words of power, and you start with 3 of those. And those you can just kind of use over and over. Those are your core words of power. Your collection is also just words of power, but they're like one-time use. They're like scrolls or potions, effectively. They're one-time use words of power unless you are willing to invest some of your life rating to make it a permanent word. Interesting. Interesting approach. Okay, and we've got here in the nose cavity, we've got luck in the left nose cavity. Beginning at a value of 6, luck is tested when players want to attempt difficult tasks without an applicable word of power. More on testing your luck on page 24. Life is on the right nose cavity. Beginning at a value of 6, life is a measure of your character's strength of soul. A high amount of life brings your soul closer to the reality you experienced during life, person, creature, or otherwise. A low amount of life indicates your soul is weak and susceptible to losing its bond with its gas cloud form. Life fluctuates up and down throughout play. More on the acquisition of and loss of life in-game, page 28. Items, which are the teeth of the character sheet. In dire circumstances, a death agent can painfully remove a portion of their malleable form, modeling it into the shape and capability of a mundane basic item or melee weapon. Their form can withstand 5 such excisions on any given planet, whether it is repeated use of a single item or separate uses of distinct items. This resets when death agents travel between planets. More on using items on page 26. Alright. Interesting approach. You basically create them from your own form, and that's why there's a limited amount of them. And then in the bottom right of the character sheet, we've got your reason. Being a death agent is a complicated choice, not one made casually or in jest. Every agent has their own rationale for their decision. Some out of desperation, some out of duty, some through punishment. The list goes on and on. Your reason heavily informs your memories when they start to be revealed through play, but may also include plot hooks, important locations, or noteworthy characters in the universe to include in your story. Bottom left has memories. Players do not begin play with any memories. As they emerge through play, showing glimpses of your soul's existence before death, players can write up to 4 memories here. Individual memories are not often reliable or objectively true. Revealing more memories will show a more well-defined picture of your prior life. Similar to words of power, memories can be used to accomplish tasks, but also raise your life score, taking you further from your role as a death agent. More on use of memories in-game on page 24. And finally, the title up at the top. With this basic information noted on your character sheet, assign your death agent a title. This is your call sign, an identifying designation for your current form unrelated to your true pre-death name. Titles are evocative singular nouns meant to indicate authority in the field. Titles are cosmetic. They do not carry power and cannot directly be used to manifest your desires in the galaxy. Find a selection of sample titles on page 20. Now, let's go to page 18, and we've got, this is the table, the weird, wormy table of words of power. Oh, okay, so... Oh, this is a selection of... Okay, so you don't have to use this selection, this weird-ass, wiggly table of words or power, but if you do not have some ideas, you can roll and try and get some. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's roll 3 times. I'm going to say the red die here, or this is more of a maroon, semi-brown, agate colored die. It's going to be the 10s, and this little blue die is going to be the second number. Let's go ahead and roll it 3 times and see what our 3 words of power are. So 61. 61 is digest. Ooh, that's a good one to start with. Looks like we just rolled cat. But sweetheart, kitty. Okay, kitty could be a word because cat cannot be a word of power. I just found a fatal flaw in this game. Cat cannot be a word of power because words of power have to be 4 letters long at least, and cat is only 3. But hats could be. Cats could be a word of power. But single cat alone, alas. Sweetheart, are we just going to stand on the game? Is that just what we're going to do? We're just going to stand. Are we going to bite me? I have a feeling you look like you want to bite. Oh, there she goes. Yeah. Ah, bitey bities. Why are we biting? Why are you biting me? Why am I getting bitten? Why is this a thing that is happening? Why are you biting me? And now you're just sitting down. You're gonna sit. You're sitting down on the minis. You're gonna get a mini stuck up your butt, cat. I'm gonna have to. There's a reference to Death's feud with the Bastet. Yes. First of all, Tristan, that is a hello reference. Well done. Well done. Holy shit. Sweetheart. What? How can I help you? Can I help you? Over here. I'm gonna bite. You're sitting on my game. Don't bite me about it. There's a whole... You can sit over here and be comfortable all the way over here. But no. You must sit on the book and bite me if I try. There she goes. Biting me if I try. No. You're going to need to move. I'm trying to do a review here. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. All right. Having been bitten multiple times, we can now continue with this. I'll go ahead and mark down some trauma, and let's keep going. All right, so the first word we have is digest. Let's check. Let's get 2 more words. So that's a 46. 46 is acidic. No, wait. No, that's 45. 45. No. Where's 46? 44, 45, 44, 46. Here we go. Oh, 44 is here twice. What the hell? There are 2 44, 41. Oh, okay. This is a misprint. Okay. There's a 40, there's 41, 42, 44, 45. So that's supposed to be 40. Oh, no. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. And then back on the other page, you got another 42, another 43, 44, 45. Oh, wait. Are these two separate? Oh, they're 2 separate tables. Never mind. Okay. This page is 1 set of words of power. This page is another set of words of power. That's why. There's 2 tables of words of power. I thought this was because it kind of looks like it's all one, but I guess that's what that little line in the middle is for. Okay, so wait, so 46 in this one would be suffer. So we've got digest and we've got suffer. Or we could go like if we want to compare. So what would have been digest? What would have been 61 on the other table? Would have been magnetic. No, I like digest and suffer. Okay, let's get. We're all gonna roll just on this table here, and let's see here, and that's 12 for the last one. Nightfall. All right. So we've got digest, we've got suffer, and we've got nightfall. Those are our 3 words of power. Cool. See what we can do with those soon enough. Ooh, and titles. D66 for titles. I guess you can just roll 1. Let's see. 22. 22 is tear. Or tier. But I kind of like tear. Actually, let's do both. Let's roll twice on this one. Because it feels like it should be two words. 64. 64 is angel. The tear angel. Or the angel tier. Or the angel tear. Either way, I mean, all of those are valid given the fact that this game is all about just playing with words. Like, I don't think I think the title is not, you're not really supposed to do 2, but it feels to me like 2 words combined are more interesting than just the one. That's a cosmetic. I mean, they do not carry any power, so like it's just purely cosmetic. But also, yeah, the angel tear or the angel tier. I dig that. All right, and reasons. Hey, if you can't come up with a good reason yourself, here's a D66 table of reasons. Let's roll up 3 of them, and then we'll select which one we like best. So the first one we're rolling is going to be the 15. So the 15 reason is that you were dishonorably discharged from your job in lower planetary service. That feels appropriate. Let's try another reason. We just literally rolled a 15 again. Let's try it again. That is, what are the fucking chances of that? I rolled a 15. Again, that's 3 15s in a row. What are the odds of that? These are D6s, sure, so it's higher odds than doing that on like a D20, but still, what are the freaking odds? Okay, if it happens one more time, I'll be nonplussed. I don't know, man. Let's see. Okay, here we go. 35. This one just keeps rolling a 5. All right, I'm swapping you out. The green one here is now the second one because you keep rolling 5s, and that I'm getting suspicious of you. So, but still, we'll go with that roll. 35 is our second option. 35. Your reason is escaping persecution and shedding the guilt of causing a fatal accident. Ooh, that could be a good one. Let's check out the third one, and then we'll decide. Rolled up. Then we got 24. 24 would be escaped eternal imprisonment on planet Hell. All right, I'm going to have to go with escaped eternal imprisonment. Yeah, I'm going to keep that one for Shadowrun. I'm going to go with escaping eternal imprisonment on planet Hell. Why not? All right, so we've got our words. It's digest. We are the angel tear. Our friends, our 3 words are digest, suffer, and nightfall. And our reason for joining the Death Agents is that we escaped eternal imprisonment on planet Hell. Rolling dice. Players should roll dice when they attempt an act not within an average person's skill set. An outcome is uncertain, the potential consequence of failure is interesting, or the potential result of success is interesting. If all of the above criteria is met, the player can choose to use words of power, memories, or luck. So, words of power. If the player has a relevant word, you roll 2d6. Rolling under your word's value indicates success. The power is channeled as intended and you feel yourself drawn closer to your true purpose. Describe how you use your power and choose a word from your collection to inspire narration of a pre-agency memory that you recall in this moment and erase the word. Write that memory on your character sheet with a starting value of 7. Rolling over the word's value indicates failure and or consequence. The word rejects your call. Add affixes, letters, or a word to this word of power and increase its value by 1. While the new word's applications become more limited, it becomes more reliable. Okay, all right, let me read the rest of this, but that's fascinating. And then rolling equal to the word's value indicates exceptional success and fragments the word. The GM describes your gratuitous display of power as the word overloads. Erase the word of power. Remove at least one letter from the expended word and use the remaining letters to create a new word of power with a value 1 higher than the expended word. Correct spelling does not matter. Use expended letters to form a single new word for your collection or consume them for life. For every letter past 1 that goes unused in a fracture, gain 1 life. For example, dangerous has 9 letters, fractures and becomes rogue 5 letters. With 4 letters removed, the player must choose between adding sand to their collection or gaining 3 life. Okay, so before we move on to memories and luck, that's fascinating because it feels like, okay, my words of power are like defining who I am, so I digest, suffer, nightfall. But it sounds like it's based on the system. Almost any roll that you make with them is going to result in them changing in some way or another. So if your words all start with a value of 6. So when you first use them, hey, I rolled a 6, so I actually made it. So that was exactly equal to the word's value. Let's say the word that I used in this one was digest. So because I got it, I get to first off go off the hook with digest and then have a crazy description of how well that word of power affects the situation the way I was going to. But then I have to remove at least 1 letter from the expended word. So for example, I could remove ET and change it to just digs. Because dig alone is too short, but digs Oh, you want to get the Scrabble Pro friend into RPGs, right? It is like playing around with letters. It actually, I'm kind of surprised. Wait, well, do I have it? Where is it? Oh. Okay, wait. Bear with me. I'm going to run away just for a second because I actually have a bag. I don't have a Scrabble bag, but I do have. Let me put this dice jail here. Hang on, folks. Hang on. I'm going to go run away real quick. I'm going to grab my bag of like letters and Scrabble dice because I want to play with this. Wait a minute. This looks like it should. You should be having it that way. Let's see. Be right back. I'm just going to leave this here. Be right back. They said it couldn't be done. But they were wrong. Because I have so many bits and bobs and gewgaws. I'm not going to put this bag on camera because it is filthy. Covered in cat hair. Of decades of cat hair. But what I can do here is just take a handful of letter tiles. Yeah. Oh, these are little computer ones. I haven't looked at these in ages. Okay, I'm going to put this. Okay, if you see how filthy the bag is, don't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. Okay, I get to play with bits and bobs. This is making me happy. This is tickling parts of my brain. This is tickling parts of my brain. All right, let's make words. In fact, let's go with the big one so we can play a little bit more. Let's make Nightfall. Let's find Nightfall here. So what kind of fucking nerd am I that I've got like custom Scrabble, like computer themed Scrabble tiles? For anyone watching that are just listening or needing an audio description, they are little plastic tiles with letters on them. Unlike normal Scrabble tiles, which are either white or sort of that sort of cream colored tile color, these are jet black, and the letters on them are printed in a bright computer screen green with a chunky pixelated font like an old school CRT, or not CRT, an old school console. All right, here we go. So many letters. So let's make Nightfall. N. That's a T. That's a 1. Do I have any I's? Here we go. N I and then G H T. I mean, Nightfall is almost cheating because it is technically 2 words. So this makes it real easy. But let's play with it a little. So we got, okay, let me move this up because I think it's almost just out of camera range. There we go. Nightfall. Cat, I'm watching you. I'm watching you. I know you're coming for me. You're like, Dad, what are those? Can I knock them off the table? Yes, you can, but you shouldn't. In fact, I need you to sit over there. Be good. Be good, sweetheart. Weren't you in your little box? Last time I saw you, you were in your little box, and I thought you were curling up to sleep, but no. I want attention, Father. I want attention. I get it. I get it. All right, so Nightfall. Let's say that's our word. And we had rolled that 6 exactly. So that means that the word shatters, right? Or rather, fragments, rather. So we do the thing. We describe the cool way Nightfall goes. And then we've got some options. So we remove X amount, at least 1 letter, but however many ones. So we could, for example, remove fall, like that. And then we have night, and night remains, and that now night is the remaining word. And then with fall, we either create the word fall as an item in our collection. So it's not a full word of power. It's just its own sort of one-time use, which is still a flexible word. Or we can, or every letter past 1 that goes unused in the fracture gained 1 life. Or we could choose to gain 3 life because the past one, the first one doesn't count but anything extra after that gives us life. It's giving life. So that's one option. Can we... Okay, let's see. So tall, that could be... So wait, let's see. Ah, here we go. Fight. Oh, that could be one. Fight could be a remaining word, and that would leave us with null, which is not a real word. Yeah, I don't think we can make a... Like, lan, I guess, kind of, but it has to be a 4-letter word minimum to be useful. So I think that... So that's an option, though, right? As a player, you could choose to, instead of go fight, you go like knight. Instead of knight, you go fight and keep that one. And then you have these letters, and like, they don't make a word, so I'll just take 3 life. Which is an option. An option you can do. Any other words? Let's see. Ooh, here's one. Flail. No flail. Flail. Ooh, yeah. So that's a word you could keep. And then that leaves G, N, and T as the letters we discard. That's definitely nothing a word we can use, so we would be able to gain 2 life. But flail could be a very cool and useful word. Ooh! This is another one. Glint. Glint could be a fun word. And that leaves us with HALF, which is half. Or we could make half be the word and glint be the stuff, and then... Either way, like, those are really... Oh, Nightfall is OP. Nightfall is OP. If we try to do the same thing with one of the other words, let's go with digest. So you got D-I-G... where's an E? Here we go. Digest. At this point, I'm not reviewing the game. At this point, I'm just playing with Scrabble tiles, and that's... You know what? I regret nothing. Yes, we probably could have a program run this for us. You're right, Phoenix. You are technically correct, the best kind of correct. But also, I get to play with little plastic bits and they go clicky, clicky, clicky. So that is my counter argument to that. So with digest, and we rolled a 6, we could do digs, and then we left with ET. Or we could do, let's see, so we could do dies. Ooh, dies could be an interesting one, and just leaves it with GT for it to spend. Or we could do, tides. Tides, and we just sacrifice just G. Tides could be a wild word of power. Site, S-I-T-E. That could be a good one. Gist. Give me the gist of something. That could be one. Yeah, there's all sorts of little... This is all, not admonishing the show. Good. I appreciate that, because I love the Scrabble tiles. They're making me irrationally happy. I'm gonna be honest. I'd forgotten I even had this until all of a sudden this game went like, "Hey, you want to play with letters?" I have a thing for that. So yeah, okay, cool. Also, these are technically weirdly kind of in character a little. I think they fit the aesthetic of the game, kind of, sort of, right? So this is dope. This is cool. Okay. Like, honestly, I mean, the problem is you probably wouldn't have enough tiles for everybody's words. I suspect everybody would need their own set of tiles because you're gonna run out of letters as soon as you got like multiple players and multiple sets of words. But it's cool if you have the tiles for it. Like, I understand, I see why the game doesn't tell you to do it, because again, you're gonna run out of tiles. You've got like 4 players, each of them has at least 3 words plus whatever. You can't just, you're gonna run out of tiles. Somebody's gonna need an E and not have one, right? But if you got them, though, it is kind of fun. It is kind of fun to play with them. So you know what? That's alternate play style, alternate rule. Oh my gosh, she laid down. Good, sweetheart. I love you, sweetie. Hey, kitty. That's all I will. Here. This is all I wanted. Let me show you. Put it down. You see how she is just laying down there. She's just the most. Look at her. She is such a proper little lady. Look at her. She's got her little paws there. She is the sweetest and the cutest, and that is all I want. That is all I want. Good, sweetheart. You can just, if you sit there, I'll give you little pettings occasionally like that, and just the world is at peace. All right, cool. Anyway, I just spent the bulk of the last 20 minutes playing with Scrabble tiles, while instead of going through a game. But also that we're testing out the mechanics. These are literally the mechanics of this game. So technically, I'm doing the same thing I do every time. Brain. All right. So, but that's cool. Okay. So this I want the word. So if we roll over the value. So again, our word was 6, and we rolled, and we got double 6s this time. We got a 12. So definitely rolled over the word's value. It indicates failure and/or consequence. The word rejects your call. Add affixes, letters, or a word to this word of power and increases value by 1. While the new word's applications become more limited, it becomes more reliable. Add affixes, letters, or a word. The affix is, I'm not sure what they mean by an affix. I could have used some example of what an affix is in terms of this game. Let's see. That's a prefix. Okay, so prefix and affix could be like, so for example, let's say I had the word night instead of nightfall, because when you fail, it's add, you don't remove. So let's say this is after we have shattered night. We separate into night and fall. We kept night as our main word. Fall is now an item. So we have night. Where'd my G go? I had a G a minute ago. Here we go. It was literally right here. Night. And we just made that roll to use the word night, and it changed. So affix from English. Okay, so an affix, a prefix. Okay, so prefix. Okay, affix is right. So an affix is exactly what I'm going to do now, which is go like, I failed, so I have to do something. So I could go and call this nightly. Where's my Y? I need a Y. Do I see any Y's? Probably. That's a 7. That's also a 7. Multiple 7s. There we go. Nightly. So I could turn it into nightly, which is kind of like, yeah, like a more limited word, I guess. Or we could go and change it, add the 2 at the beginning, and it's tonight instead. Add affixes, letters, or a word. Or I could make it, okay, so also with that failure, I could bring it back up to nightfall if I wanted. I could add fall again, an extra word. Where'd the A go? There we go. Nightfall. And bring nightfall back with a failure. All right, that's interesting. And if you roll under, the powers channel is intended. If you yourself draw close to your true purpose. Describe how you use your power and choose a word from your collection to inspire narration or a pre-agency memory that you recall in this moment and erase the word. Oh, okay. So if I had that nightfall, let's say, okay, we had earlier done that thing and I have nightfall and I have night still as a word of power, but I have moved fall into my collection. So it is now a one-time use item. And then I roll later again and I roll under. No, I don't. I roll under. Here we go. A 5. All right. So I rolled under my score for this word, which was a 6, because 6 is the default. Then at that point, I thought I changed this. No, it's a word in your collection. So at that point, I succeed. I describe the basic effects of how using my word of night changes the universe. And then I select a word from my collection. Let's say I have other words, but whatever. I'm choosing fall. And I can basically use it to inspire the narration of a pre-agency memory that I recall in this moment. So this fall brings forth a memory of perhaps before a beautiful autumn day that I shared with someone special, and it's these vague memories of someone in my life and being next to someone I cared about on a beautiful autumn day. And then I get rid of that word. It's no longer in my collection, but I add that memory of that autumn day to my character sheet with a starting value of 7. All right. Really interesting mechanic here. You know what's less interesting than these mechanics, though? That's right. Oh, it's it's ad time. Ad times are not interesting, but what they lack it interesting when oh, sorry, Kat, you were sitting right in front of the controller. What the ads lack it interesting, and as they make up for in giving me just a smidge of pocket money. So I appreciate y'all hanging out during the ads. Again, 3 minutes, top of the hour. And like I said before, if the ads bother you, which as they should, because they are a symptom of the end stage capitalism that we are in, you could make them go away in various ways. There are multiple subscribe buttons that you could hit in an exchange for currency. They stop you from seeing ads, or as I have mentioned before, and I feel is on topic for this game, you could just really embrace everything and just spread death throughout the galaxy, leaving us in a sort of liminal state in which all things are dead yet still exist, therefore obviating the need for ads. So that is option number 2. Whichever option you choose to take, and of course option number 3 is to simply just hang out during the ads, and we'll be back. We'll be, in fact, right back in about 3 minutes. And we're back. Phoenix says, I only vaguely understand the system, but that comes from listening to it work. It does sound cool, though. So I've got here. I think that not understanding the system clearly it's not just because you're at work. This is a weird ass system, all right? I think this is part of why. I think now you may understand why once I got my hands on it and kind of looked at it, I remember vaguely seeing this stuff before when I got the book years ago and reading through this and going like, oh, I cannot spring this game on my friends. Not because of like a content thing or anything like that, but because it's so weird. Because it's such a deeply weird and unusual and different game and concept from a sort of standard tabletop RPG thing that, like, you can't just spring this to somebody at the table and go like, hey, we're playing this, don't worry, we'll figure it out as we go. I mean, you can, yes, but I know that especially the rest of the Fandible crew, I said the word, I pressed the button, but the rest of the Fandible crew specifically would mutiny. They would riot. They would throw me out a window. No, this is not happening unless they have that we are in a very specific mood to get really weird with it, and B, they have had time to kind of like try and wrap their minds around the system. And frankly, I can't get them to do that. Okay, I recently ran the first session of Triangle Agency, and trying to get them to just freaking read through the selections that are in the book. Like, here, look, this is your arc, this is your anomaly, this is your reality, this is your competency. Choose one of each. That was almost too big an ask, and I was like, just come on, just tell me what. Just give me like no. For a one shot, sure, I'll give you a pre-gen character. For something that is going to be a long running game, read the options, friend. Read the options. Look, that said, I say this with nothing but love for my friends, and also we're just all very busy people, so they don't have time to sit down and read like I do, right? But still, and this is definitely one that there's no way that this game you're going to be. I mean, again, depends on some tables. I don't want to speak in absolutes. Some tables may take to this immediately, but I think just based on the high weirdness of this game, it's going to be a tough sell at a lot of tables, which is kind of disappointing because it's such a cool and weird but cool concept. Speaking of which, let us get right back to it. Okay, so mechanics-wise, hang on, camera, hang on. Here we go. Adjust that. Let's get that back. Okay, there we go. So that is how we use the words of power, right? These are the big things. These are your big guns, if you will, are your words of power, which apparently shift and change and shatter and fragment as you use them, which is fascinating and weird. But now we also got your memories, another way to affect the galaxy and the world around you. So memories, if an aspect of the agent's past could explain expertise in the proposed action, roll 2d6. So we do have that memory of that autumn day. And let's say we have a role where that memory applies for some reason. I'm kind of blanking on how that could help us, but now that we know this mechanic, now future memories that we come up with, maybe we'll think of ways to make them semi-useful. But let's say somehow that autumn day applies to this, so they get added as a default value of 7. So we would roll our dice, and that's a 9, so we went over. But if we had rolled this, that's also a 9, and we went over. Okay, that's a 6, so that's under. That's a 5 under. That's a 7. Exactly. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to roll 3 times until I got all three results, because it makes me happy to do that. So if you roll under your memory's value, so that's 6, for example, you describe how channeling your memory inspires your desired action and improves your character's situation. And then you gain 1d6 life. So here I would have gained 3 life. If you roll over the memory's value, that would have been all those 9s, that indicates failure and or consequence. Describe additional context of that memory. The GM will describe how your attempt worsens the situation, and you add +1 to that memory's value. So every time it doesn't help, you kind of get lost in the memory a little, you add a little bit more context or detail to the memory, and then it gets more powerful. And if you roll equal to the memory's value, that indicates an exceptional success. Describe your intended result. Allow the GM to describe how your intentions are surpassed with extreme power. And then you gain 6 life, which is a lot, but I feel like that's kind of dangerous because they did warn us that if our life gets too high, we get forcibly decommissioned. Actually, don't know. I don't think they described... Let me see. On the character sheet description, they describe what the life ranges are? I don't think so. I do not think they did. I think I may have skipped the page. Oh, damn it. Come on. Death. What are you? Death Agent. Where? Here we go, character sheet. Life. No, but I guess we will learn about it more on page 28. Okay, so I guess we'll see soon enough on page 28 what the limits are here, but that sounds like slightly dangerous. And then their final way of resolving things is luck, which, as we saw before, right, your luck rating is what was it? What did it start at? Luck. We don't know. More on testing luck begins. Oh, here we go. Beginning at a value of 6. Luck is tested. Okay, so it starts at 6. If you roll under or equal to your luck, that indicates you succeed, but just barely. Describe how you managed to accomplish your goal, and the GM will offer a complication or consequence. And then you reduce your luck value by 1. So every time you get lucky, you use up some of that luck. Rolling over your luck indicates complicated failure. The GM describes how you fail and things get worse, and then you increase your luck value by 1. So when you have bad luck, you bank up some good luck. Okay. All right, just simple sort of side mechanic for that. Phoenix says... So affix are both prefix, okay, mid, super, contra, and suffixes, ed, ing, and li, but also an infix count. An infix counts when you put an affix in the middle of a word. There are no real uses of this in English, but technically is, iz, h, iz, is out, so like his house or edumacated. Okay, also absolutely counts as an infix. All right, and also, yes, I like add your table. I'm gonna go ahead. Yes, sure. Just add fucking to absolutely. If you started with absolute and then it got modified into absolutely, and then you want to go ahead and modify it once again, you get a success on absolutely, and you want to change it to abso-fucking-lutely. I'm gonna let you do that because that sounds like fun. Also, it means that if you fail later, you could take out the absolutely part and just leave fucking as one of your power words. And I mean, yeah, right? Okay, but that's it. That's the core system in a kind of in a nutshell there. So let's see. Now we have items and assistants. Very hard to read because they are written in full-on metal album cover scribbling. But those are the titles. So for items, while the Death Agent's malleable gas form helpfully adapts to any planet's ecology and atmosphere, albeit with minimal, painful side effects, this leaves them unable to carry material possessions between planets. To remedy this, Death's agents have been physically altered to allow momentary mitosis, creation of a distinct physical item to accomplish the given task. When using an item in conjunction with a word of power, memory, or luck roll, reduce the result by 2. Items are usually limited to mundane, simple tools and devices, such as simple machines, weapons, or other methods of manipulating one's immediate surroundings, and can be used to assist with any imagined task. These are physical extensions of the Death Agent's body, quote-unquote, and should not be left behind or used as projectiles except in the most dire of circumstances. Doing so threatens the stability of the agent's gaseous form and the soul inside. In desperate circumstances, an agent may choose to deploy items that abandon their cloud form and are left behind. Doing so is searingly painful and costs life. The amount is chosen by the GM based on the intensity of the severed item, ranging from 1 for a small, palm-sized projectile to 6, a powerful cannon, trap, or a cloud creature. The spiritual pain this inflicts should be reflected in the narrative. A Death's Agent can withstand the formation of up to 5 items on each planet. Fill in one of the teeth on your character sheet each time you generate and use an item, including repeated uses of a single item or distinct uses of separate items. Leaving the current planet resets the item count to 0, allowing for 5 new uses on the next planet. Okay, so that's interesting because it applies to luck rolls as well. So for example, let's say you need to fight somebody. And for whatever reason, none of your words and none of your memories really applies in this situation. You can't think of any way to do so. And let's say your luck is still at 0. Maybe it fluctuated, but we're back at... Sorry, not at 0, at 6. So we're back at 6 at the default luck score. You could spend one of your 5 item uses to create a weapon. A sword, a mace, a gun, whatever. And then that weapon lowers, you can use it in that action luck roll. So luck roll would be 2d6. But now there's nothing my weapon is going to do for that. I rolled an 11 minus 2. That's a 9. But the 9 minus 2, 7. Still not good enough. Here we go. 5, 7. I would have rolled a 7. And I needed to hit a 6 or below to succeed on my luck roll. Well, since I had that sword item that I created from my own gaseous body, the result, I'm going to just take away this 2, and just makes it a 5, which is now a success, right? Brilliant. Right, the abso-fucking-lutely, holy shit, yeah, no, that sounds like fun. That sounds like fun. Okay, I get that. That's a really, it's an interest. It's a limited use because the specifically say repeated uses of the same item. So it's not like I created a sword from my gaseous body and now I just have that for continual free use. No. Like it's anytime you use the sword, it counts as a usage because you're technically stabbing somebody with a part of yourself. All right, characters, and then there's assistance. Aha, here we go, assistance. If I want to help my fellow gas clouds, community, again, amongst the gas clouds. Characters have 2 ways to assist a fellow Death Agent in moments of crisis. To use a word of power, memory, or luck roll, establish your shared goal and describe how you intend to help. The player being assisted will roll 3d6 and choose 2 dice to yield their result. This assistance assumes the risk without any reward. If the attempt succeeds, only the assisted player follows the procedures for success, but if it fails, all players involved follow their chosen power's normal procedures for failure. To avoid these consequences, agents can instead use a word from their collection as a single-use assist to another agent, offer the word, and dictate how it compounds with their word, memory, or luck. In that instant, then erase the word. This grants the dice-rolling player -1, increasing the likelihood that they succeed. All right. So assistance works in 2 base ways. The first is I'm going to roll... or rather, I have a word of power, memory, or luck roll. Or no, I want to assist you in general. So having intent to help. If the attempt succeeds, only assisted player follows the procedures for success. Okay, no. So the way I'm reading this is you're going to assist on a word of power, memory, or luck roll. So you say, hey, I'm helping. There's no real description of how you're helping, although I guess you would just generally say like how you are helping. But by helping, you basically make it so now you don't roll anything. The person you are helping now rolls 3 dice, sees which one, and probably selects the lowest ones on their result, So, for example, I rolled a 4, a 1, and a 3. Maybe the default would have been a 4 and a 3, which would have been a 7, which would have been a failure. But the third dice was a 1, so they discard that 4. Their new result is now a 4, which is a success, which means everybody succeeds. Hooray, hooray. Or rather, the person succeeds. You get nothing out of it. I helped you, and I get nothing back. Just the success of my friends, which is its own reward, really. But say, had we rolled and we had gotten a 6, a 5, and a 4. No combination of those. So if the 5 and the 4 are the lowest, still a 9. There's no way that still succeeds. So alas, the person rolling failed. Because it was a fail, both the person rolling and the people who assisted have to deal with the penalty. So if they were rolling using a word of power and they failed, then both players have to do the whole add affixes letters word, increase its value by 1, the whole thing. Or if it was a memory, then add +1 to the memory's value, etc., etc., etc. Or, if you don't want to take the risk and you have spare words in your collection, just use it, explain how you're using it, it goes away, and now the player rolls 2 dice and lowers the value by 1. In this case, would have led to a 7, which is not that great anyway, but hey, at least there's no real risk to you other than losing a word from your collection. All right. 0, rush, okay, life, here we go. So this is the life section. So life goes from 0 to 30 in 60 seconds. From 0 to 30. So let's see, 0 is rush and max is 30. When an agent's life reaches 0, their consciousness is temporarily disabled until the battle, puzzle, or other current complication is resolved by the remaining agents. During this time, the agent experiences a rush, capital R, rush. Instead of the sensory input of planetary action, they are bombarded with a profound awareness of the moment their reason was established. This player should tell the others more about their reason, expanding on the context, feelings, people, places, and details of their final memory before becoming an agent. The revelation of this information is deeply intense for the agent, who may shift their behavior upon regaining sentience. Your group may wish to cut between the rush and the ongoing conflict to maintain the game's momentum. Upon exiting a rush, the Death Agent regains their gaseous form and rejoins the group. They may decide to tell the other agents about their otherworldly experience, or keep it secret. Add any aspect of your rush to your memories list with a starting value of 7, reset your luck to 6, regain 1d3 life, erase your word of power with the highest value, choosing 1 in the event of a tie, and lastly, draw a hatch mark prominently on your character sheet under your title. Losing all of your collected life too many times is intensely discouraged by the agency. Collecting 3 hatch marks results in disciplinary action and field assessment by undercover operatives. Collecting 5 hatch marks results in suspension and potential expulsion from the agency. A representative of the agency will come to collect you. And then what happens if we go all the way in the other direction to max? During a mission, an agent may acquire up to 30 life by avoiding harm and engaging with memories. At this level, the agent more closely resembles their former self, having moved far from their refined Death Agent manifestation. Infected by recollection, the gas cloud surrounding their soul solidifies into an approximation of the soul's once living form. Whether deliberate or not, clouded by past experience and restored to their past physically, the agent can now exist similar to their time before becoming an agent, but are unsuitable for death service and are immediately dismissed. They retain a clear recollection of their time as an agent, whether with pride or shame, but any missing memories stay missing, allowing the player the option to move on or discover them on their own time. You may use the knowledge gained from your explorations in duty to find a suitable home planet and amicable surroundings. Describe, briefly, the look of your recollected physical form, the location you choose to continue your existence in this afterlife, and a brief scene of your retirement from death's service. If you wish to continue playing, make a new Death Agent character. Okay, so we've got a whole examples of play here, which I'm gonna kind of skip, but we do have examples of using a word of power, success, and memory generation, an example of how to use an item use and fail, an example of an exceptional success and a word fracture. But since we kind of already did that while playing with these funky little tiles, I'm going to skip this part and move on to the next section, which has some kind of beastie with a big open maw kind of glaring at us. And let's see, on every planet, behind every star, on every hollow danger lies dwarf? Lies in wait? Is that? I think it's lies in wait. On every hollow? I guess hollow, yeah. On every planet, behind every star, on every hollow, danger lies in wait. What's a hollow? Anyway, let's see. For as long as you scour the galaxy, you are unsafe. You have died once to be here. You would rather it didn't happen again. Every location you are sent is full of threats that would sever your soul from your form. Be smart, be clever, be careful, be violent. Be whatever you need to be to accomplish your mission and get back to your ship in one piece. So enemies and objectives are represented by circles called clocks. Alright, so it's all about clocks for this. The more segments, the more the obstacle will take to overcome. The values represented in the rules by a number in parentheses. For example, the powerful, oil-soaked warlord commanding an infantry of mechanical burrowing spiders may be presented as Warlord 6. A clock's value is deliberately abstract. Rather than dictate an exact amount of health points or time, they instead measure how many successful actions will need to be performed before the threat is diminished. When meaningful progress is made towards a particular objective by using a word of power, memory, or luck roll, one segment of the relevant clock is filled in. So it's standard like clock mechanics for this, which cool. Again, showing how flexible using clocks for stuff is in tabletop RPGs. I'm a big fan of clocks. I've said that before. And the fact that they work well enough with a game that's as deeply weird as this one just shows again how useful they are. Clocks can track a multiple of complications, such as doom, threat, oppositions, missions. Okay, so just I'm skipping a lot of this because we know about clocks. If you as a player are not familiar with the concept of clocks as sort of challenge trackers in tabletop RPGs, please let me know in chat, and I can do a little sidebar on that, or we can kind of go back. But otherwise, I'm going to skip the general explanation of how to use clocks because we've seen that before in other games. That is not to dismiss. That is not a dismissive statement. I love clocks. I think more games should use clocks. Secretly, when running D&D, I use clocks for so much stuff, just behind the scenes, kind of. But I do it. Clocks are the best. Big fan. All right, combat rules. Here we go. Combat and damage. The galaxy is full of potentially violent creatures, each with varied strengths, powers, intelligences, and other defining factors. No matter their abilities, tracking them in-game is as easy as assigning them a difficulty and a player-facing clock with that number of segments. Minor enemies and weaker creatures may only have a difficulty of 2, while generals, massive forces of nature, and other more imposing threats have values of 6 through 8. Clusters of enemies, like a flock of bone vultures or an army of porcelain soldiers, may share one difficulty value and clock to represent their dwindling numbers and lessening force as each segment is filled. When an agent successfully uses a word, memory, or luck roll to harm, distract, subdue, or otherwise combat an enemy creature, fill in one segment of its clock. Successfully assisted rolls with multiple agents teaming up are worth 2 segments. These menaces often attack in return, bombarding an agent's life force. When this happens, the GM does not roll to perform attacks. Instead, agents use their skills to defend themselves or evade harm. If an agent fails one of these rolls, they lose life points equal to the number of unfilled segments on the attacking creature's clock. Unharmed enemies do much more destruction than ones that have been beaten down. Defeating an enemy allows a single agent to add a new word to their collection learned through combat. This can be a characteristic embodied by the creature. A bone vulture may yield skeletal, carnivore, scavenge, etc. The battle's location or circumstance for example, airborne or scorched, or by a particular display of strength by the agent, for example, gallant, bright, virulent. Only one agent collects a word from a given combat clock, even if the clock represents a horde of enemies. The rewarded agent should be one who either made the most substantial progress against the clock, or the one whose action filled the final segment decided by the GM. At the GM's discretion, an especially strenuous or impressive combat might warrant awarding words to additional players. Interesting. Very interesting. And hey, look at this. This artwork here. This is some kind of... Oh, okay. This is a Nautilus. Hey, this is a Nautilus. But I just realized something. So this is your Necronautilus. This is your ship. This is an image of it. And then we'll see the Nautilus, the whole explanation here in a second. But I just realized now, going back here, okay, so that's what that is. I was wondering, like, what is this weird tentacle? I should have known. It's literally the name of the game, Necronautilus. But in the ship, there's a ship sheet, and it's got a little drawing of this like weird shell tentacle thing. It's actually, I just realized it is looking down at your Necronautilus kind of like from above, rather than the more traditional side view of a Nautilus, which is a lot more recognizable. The Nautilus, that is your ship. The state of your Nautilus is tracked using clocks for the ship's modules and overall condition. Again, that's seen here on the character sheet. We've got a 8-part clock for your condition, and then multiple 4-part clocks for operational systems, navigation and communication, weapons and defense, and engine and propulsion, and a separate area for storage, and of course the ship's name. Recorded on the ship sheet, while an agency-approved AI handles logistics and transit when able, there is no singular captain. Agents share responsibility for controlling and maintaining the ship. Before your first voyage, give your ship a name and describe its look, whether it's subtly modified from the default Nautilus design or a custom build. Ships are composed of modules into which words are plugged to define, elaborate on, and specialize their function. Oh, you plug words into the things? The modules are... wait. You could totally retool this to make PCs mind flayers, Nautilus ships, incredible psychic power, old gods, and repressed memories. Yes, this game could very well be a game in which... so deep lore for non-D&D nerds. Apologies if you are less familiar with Mind Flayer lore. Although these days, in the post Baldur's Gate 3 era, I think a lot more people know about Mind Flayers and the details behind them than they used to before. But Mind Flayers have this thing called... what is it called? The Grand Plan or the Great Plan, something like that, which is this unknowable, vast, eon-spanning plan made by the sort of hive brains that control the Mind Flayers to effectively just control everything, right? So bringing that back here, yeah, I could see this game effectively being a post-Great Plan kind of game. Like, it happened. The Mind Flayers did their thing, and they quote unquote won. The galaxy is everything. All of it is dead. They did it. They destroyed everything, and they now exist in this sort of weird post-death psychic plane where, you know, words and belief have, like, so basically this whole game would effectively take place in like the astral plane, if we're bringing it back to like D&D terms. But yeah, that could very much work. It would be this weird sort of Spelljammer, extra dark Spelljammer version, but you're actually playing the Mind Flayers. And it still fits because Mind Flayers were once people, and then they got infected by the tadpole and everything. So in this weird sort of way of you regaining memories of who you were before, reminds me of a city of half-Lithids I made in the game. Ooh, yeah, that's a nice concept. I like that. But yeah. That's a really interesting take, Thurston. And I dig it. I definitely dig that. So let's see. Before your first voyage, give your ship a name, describe its look, yada yada. Okay, so the modules are engine and propulsion. Arguably the most important module, giving the ship its ability to move. You decide its method of traversing the galaxy, which may change over time. Be mindful to not run out of energy between planets or you can become stranded. Navigation and communication. This technological module allows you to cross the universe effectively. The ability to find safe places to land, chart safe paths to travel, and communicate with other ships and beings during transit is critically important to your own safety. Weapons and defense. When talking and traveling are not enough, your ship has weapon and defense modules to show some muscle. These entail any methods you may use to cause or prevent ship damage, whether from fellow star travelers or non-sentient threats you find along the way. And finally, operational systems. Your ship's core life support network. This includes ship storage, reliable vacuum sealing, air and gravity regulators, the pilot AI, and any other mechanisms implemented to keep you going. Agents collectively equip their vessel by assigning each module a word from their collections. While you don't need to interpret the word during setup, it is wise for players to converse and make an optimal build. Each module is given a clock with 4 segments, more on clocks on page 84. Each use fills one of its segments regardless of that instance's efficacy. Alright. So everybody kind of has to collectively equip your weapon by assigning each a module word from their collections. Alright. And I guess as you use them, what happens? So the Nautilus also has a condition value, represented by a clock with 8 segments. Segments fill and the ship suffers complications and mechanical damage, preventing modules from working properly. An agent may only conduct repairs when the ship is parked on a planet and agents are not under any immediate threat. To do so, spend 1 word from your collection or the ship's storage per segment of the condition clock you wish to erase. Words don't need to be interpreted for repairs, they are simply spent. If every segment of a ship's condition clock fills, it plummets quickly to the surface of the nearest planet and will require extreme repairs to return to the stars. Agents are stranded until they can collect enough words to restore the ship's condition to its full value of 8. In some fortunate instances, the ship may crash land on a planet with new missions supplied by the GM, but in unlucky situations, the agents are forced to extract words without guidance. Interesting. And then, to engage a module, converse with the group to describe your goal, which module to use, and how you want to do it. Consider how you can interpret that module's word to accomplish your desired effect. When consensus is reached, one agent explicitly confirms the goal, then rolls a number of d6 equal to the number of empty segments on that module's clock, choose 2 of the resulting dice, and add them together. Okay, and so every time you use a module, it goes down by 1. So the first time you use a module, you would effectively roll 4 dice and select, the 2 lowest probably, so that's a 6 on that result. And then that module now goes down from 4 to 3. So next time you use the same module, you're rolling 3 dice. Next time you're rolling 2 dice. And then the next time I guess you're only rolling 1. Let's see. Rolling equal or lower than your ship's current condition indicates success. Okay, so the higher your condition, the better your chances. That checks out. Explain how the situation improves for you and your fellow agents. Fill in 1 segment of that module's clock. If you roll higher than your ship's current condition, that indicates an unforeseen consequence. A GM describes how your situation worsens. Fill in 1 segment of the module's clock and 1 segment of the ship's condition clock. Once all segments of a module are filled, the word is destroyed. Erase the segments and the word itself during a calm moment, not combat, pursuit, or otherwise obstructive situation. Fill the module with a new word from the ship's storage or any agent's collection. Be wary when making adjustments or repairs. This is a moment of extreme vulnerability, and unsavory types may take this opportunity to strike. Interesting. So the words are also used as fuel for your ship. The Nautilus also contains a storage area for up to 6 excess words. Agents may remotely deposit words while in the field, but stored words may only be accessed or used between planets. Okay, so I like that, because that's like if you end up like after a few rolls and you end up with a spare word in your collection that's like, let's say, sink. And sync is actually a useful word, so it's a bad example. But let's say that you cannot come up with any idea, right? It's a way to make those spare words that you really can't come up with any idea for a useful. You're like, okay, this sync word is going to go to the ship. I'm going to put it in the communications module, for example. Just put it into storage for use later. And that's it. And now that's a valid use of that word. It goes away. You don't have to worry about it anymore. You don't have to figure out how to apply it to something. It's just like it's field now. In quiet moments of their journey, players may also use a storage area to exchange words with one another. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So you could also like, hey, I don't have a use for sync. I'm going to put it in storage. And since there's nothing going on right now, another player can go like, actually, I could use that word, and just adds it to their collection effectively. That's how you would trade those there. Let's see. Stored words can also enhance modules. Combine and interpret the words together, describing how it enhances or amends the module. Then immediately dispose of the supplemental word. A chosen module must have at least one segment left on its clock. When enhancing a check with stored word, roll one additional d6 before choosing new results. The benefit may only be used once per module, and resets once the ship lands on any planet. Okay, that's also cool. So if I have that sync word in, for example, to the weapon system, then I could say, okay, we're going to enhance our sync, our roll with our weapons roll, because we are syncing the enemy ship into that planet's atmosphere with this shot. Like, sure, perfect. All right, let's go. So sync gets used, goes away, and then whatever you were rolling. So if you're rolling like 3 dice, now you're rolling 4 dice and choosing the 2 best for yourself. All right. Like, there's a lot of like. This is one of it's got enough fiddly bits because it's a very interesting way of thinking about words as these discrete chunks that are also like can be remixed, torn apart, etc., etc. Like it really is a game of word, this is literally word play. I dig it. I'm really having fun with this. Spacefaring companions is the next step. When your Nautilus leaves a planet, entering the dangerous space between the stars, roll d66 twice. Let the players choose one of the resulting problems to occur. If you are traveling to a planet you have visited before, simply travel quickly and safely to your destination without rolling, unless you have looming threats from past spacefaring complications. Spacefaring threats are similarly represented by clocks, but no matter the number of unfilled segments, each failed action only results in 1 damage to the ship's condition. Spacefaring clocks are lower value than planetary troubles, ranging from 2 to 6. The spacefaring clock is left unfulfilled. If you retreat without overcoming it, these dangers are present when the agents return to interplanetary space, often more powerful and aggressive than before. Blah, blah, blah. All right, so let's see. Let's try this. We'll roll 3 times as usual to get 3 different options. So roll 2d6, use the higher value as the tens digit and the remaining value as the units digit. That one's got slightly different. It's a d66, but it's specifically high and low value. So this is a 64 instead of the 46. There is no 46. So 64 is an unfamiliar Nautilus speeds past, followed by an urgent call from the agency to capture it at any cost. Oh, I like that one. That one's fun. All right, let's do another one. 31. A scrapper ship confronts the Nautilus in search of treasure or supplies. And let's do a third option. 13. Sorry, no, that's 31 again. That's 31 again. 51. 51. Another Nautilus freezes your ship. The agents want to interrogate your group in search of a defected agent. Ooh, that could be a lot of fun. Okay, I think so. Cool. This is like a really simplified version of like the Perils of the Warp roll from like a Warhammer 40k thing. And then back to returning to the Nautilus. At mission's end, the Death's agents will return to their ship and take off for the stars, whether to complete further missions, compose reports for the agency, or simply rest in stasis until they are needed once more. To board the Nautilus is to bring your time on a given planet to its close. You may return later, but any uncompleted clocks will be reset or removed, providing new circumstances upon your next arrival. When agents reboard their vessel, perform the following upkeep rituals. Restore your alien's life to 6, or if over 6 life, keep it where it is. Purge an existing word of power and gain life equal to that word's value if your agent experienced a rush on this planet. So basically that means you died. Erase your item uses, leaving all 5 teeth exposed for future use. Deposit any undesired words from your collection into the ship's storage. Retrieve any desired words from storage and add them to your collection. Agents cannot share a word, so discuss with the other agents before taking anything. And then take stock with one another. You can speak with the other agents about the events that unfolded on the planet and how you handled them. Talk discreetly about concerns you may have with your actions, purpose, memories, or other aspects of your existence and history. Or contact the agency, if necessary, about a fellow agent's behaviors by conversing with the GM. While in fiction these conversations are private and occur over a secure psychic frequency, in reality, all players should listen to fuel dramatic irony and inter-character drama. PB plays aside, leave for a couple hours, and suddenly we're playing Space Scrabble. Oh, PB, you missed out. This whole game is basically just a fancy version of Scrabble. It's all words. It's all like you have words of power. And as you roll, depending on if you whether you succeed, fail, or match the number entirely, your words get changed about. You add bits to them. They might fragment and turn into separate words. It's a whole. You are basically playing Space Scrabble. You are correct, PB. That is how this game works. And it's weird as hell, and I kind of really, really, really love it. All right, let's see here. And finally, the GM may roll a spacefaring complication, present the agents with the next mission, or conclude the current play session. The space between planets and stars. Agents spend the bulk of their time on planets or in transit between them. Strange Space Scrabble with weird, wobbly word use. Yes. That is as good a summary as any, honestly, for this. But they may also take excursions to locations philosophically in between. Asteroids, space stations, moons, satellites, and other off-planet locales exist, but are not as contained and procedural as being aboard the Nautilus. While agents are discouraged from engaging with these off-planet environments, some missions may require such treacherous activities. Then you got a bit of an explanation on moons. Ooh, they've got some special. Okay, this is interesting. So moons, traversing a moon is very similar to traversing a planet, but without an atmosphere to interfere. And agents can remotely utilize the functions of their nearby Nautilus. Agents may swap words in storage or utilize the ship's modules in addition to using their standard words of power, memories, and luck. This hyper-utility means mission segments that take place on a moon are much more efficient than planetary segments. However, the lack of atmosphere also means the agents are bombarded by immense radiation through open space. When the agents step foot on a moon, the GM should make a clock to illustrate how long their moonwalk can last before adverse reactions begin. Standard moons have a clock value of 6, larger moons could go up to 8, and nymph moons down to 4. After each action attempted by an agent, regardless of success or failure, fill in one segment. When that clock is full, any further actions before returning to the Nautilus will be at disadvantage, rolling 2d6 and using the 2 highest results to determine success or failure. So interesting little twist if you have to go down to a moon with no atmosphere. Then we've got a little section on stations and satellites. Spacewalks to visit or investigate mechanical structures or derelict ships, hub stations, or orbiting satellites are even more potentially hazardous and should be avoided whenever possible. Locations may harbor parasitic beasts or contain unpredictable alchemical compounds within their mechanical walls, waiting patiently to attack, infect, or manipulate those who would dare come into contact. So you've got kind of the same thing. You've got a clock that represents how much time you have to pursue your goal before all actions are at a disadvantage because you're dealing with whatever threat is on that station. These pages are just weird art. This is not like an owl. No, it's a weird skull. It's cool is what it is. And now we are at the owl. Blah 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 blah. I cannot read this font and the way it's presented. Planet gaming. Okay, this is page 52. Let's look at the table of contents, see what the fuck this is supposed to say. Planet generation. In what weird, death-obsessed word power universe does this set of fucking scribbles that I'm looking at on this page say generation? Like, now that I know it's there, I can kind of see it, but how was I supposed to get generation out of that? Planet. Okay, let's generate some planets. As our boundless galaxy spans through space and time, blah, 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 mindful of the constantly evolving surroundings. Okay, so setting, so procedure. Planets exist in a quantum state before your arrival and are actualized as agents exercise their will upon it. Generating new planets is quick and easy. GM creates or chooses a sentence template with at least 2 spaces for words to be inserted. So let's roll 1. Let's see. We roll. We got a 2. A blank planet devoid of blank. The GM then chooses words or sources from agents' collections, 1 for each of the sentence's blank spots. Grammar and part of speech are not important, but might make it easier to understand. The GM then rolls to determine what each word describes about the planet, then relays the information to agents in the form of a mission briefing. Okay, so let's take 2 easy words that we have kind of been playing with throughout this whole thing. Let's take night and let's take fall. So, a night planet devoid of fall, that could mean all sorts of things. It could be a dark planet where there is no sun. It could be a planet where the sun is blocked. Devoid of fall could mean that there are no seasons. Could mean that there is no gravity and therefore nobody falls. All sorts of ways to interpret that. But wait, because now you roll to determine what each word determines. So word 1 describes. Let's see. So a night planet devoid of fall. Sadly, I was thinking no gravity. Let's see. So word 1, night, will describe, and we'll roll a die, with a 5, technological advancement. So we interpret night as technological advancement. So I'm thinking low tech, I'm thinking dark ages, I'm thinking almost medieval levels of technology on this planet. Word 2, let's roll a dice. That's a 3, and 3 shows wild creatures, devoid of fall, with fall being wild creatures. How would we interpret that? So devoid of, could it be predators or could it be the other way around? Devoid of like prey animals, because they are lower, fallen lower in the totem pole, kind of. Could be flying creatures as well. All sorts of ways to interpret that. By the way, the other options on the tables for the word 1 could have been that the word describes your landscape, your ecology, the attitude or culture of the game, natural dangers, technological advancement as we saw, or an incorrect assumption of denizens. While the choices for word 2 are people, it could describe people, it could describe plants, wild creatures, the tech, valuable resources, or conflicts. That's really cool. That's really cool, actually. I like that's an interesting way of really doing the, like reimagining those words. Let's see, and then we've got optionally for additional interesting information, roll d6 on these tables. What is hidden or unseen here, and how populated is the planet? Let's go ahead and roll twice and see what we've got for our weird little planet. So the first one was a 2, which means that is hidden or unseen here is a wealth of knowledge or resources. Although I do like the first option, would have been undead or fallen gods, or there's also conniving warlords. And then how populated is the planet? Let's see. With a 5, mostly animals with a scarce sentient population. All right, neat. Neat. All right, let's go. Character creation. While planet generation can include the creation of its living beings, you may further develop or randomize the inhabitants with a similar procedure. Creatures may inform your mission or vice versa, so these details can deepen and enrich player immersion. Sourcing words from player collections, replenish their words with each planet so new planets and their inhabitants are varied. Roll 1d3 for a template and 1d6 for a unique trait. So if it's a people, beasts, or flora, we've got 3 choices each for templates. So let's roll 1 of each. So 1 person. That a 4 is a 2 effectively for this. So a blank huntress facing blank. And just like the planet, you choose 2 words. But for a beast would be, that's also a 2. So a blank eaters in blank. or droves of blank confronting blank. I like that one. And for flora, we've got growing blank from blank. And then you roll 1d6 for a unique trait. So, for example, for the person, we rolled a 2. Their planet-adapted physical form is unique. For the beasts, we roll also a 2. So, let's roll something different. The 4. The way they interact with their fellows is unique. And for a flora, a 5. The technological advancements that permit their existence is in a harsh location. Interesting. Interesting little approaches. Remember, while it's natural to describe things in terms we understand, our afterlife galaxy contains beings from infinite planets. Keep things strange and exciting. And then some general guidance there. We've got a couple of tables for reactions. This is nice. This is very OSR. So as weird as this game is with the concept of dealing with words and messing around with letters and all that, this stuff is very Morkborgy and very OSR. Just a whole bunch of tables that you roll on, tables to represent enemy reactions, consequences. This all feels here. I'm really feeling that influence beyond just the visual design and layout. This is where I'm feeling that influence of that sort of those Morkborg OSR style games. A lot of tables like this in those games. We've got a little table for consequences as well. When an agent attempts and fails to make progress on a form on a clock, the circumstance changes. Nothing ever happens. Nothing never happens. Actions always progress as threats continue building. Clocks keep ticking. Agents go on executing. Consequences are often obvious. Failure to scale a cliff results in a painful fall. Failure to evade a fire blast results in scars and burns, etc., etc. So, and we got a little table with options for that. Let's keep going. Mission generation. Again, we've got a whole set of tables for generating the structure of play, whether short or long term, is composed of agents receiving missions and attempting to complete them in service of death. A single session contain one focal mission or a few short missions, while campaign-focused play will stitch together many sequential missions, yada, yada, yada. So just tables to generate. So let's do it. Let's generate a mission right now. I'm going to roll a d6 to generate what dangers await. So that's a 5, which is catastrophic geographic event, a volcanic eruption or a tsunami, etc. What complications await? Let's roll another d6. We rolled a 2. Strange societal structures must be abided by while on the planet. And d6 for where do agents land? Another 2. Just outside the destination with something in the way. And then we've got a mission type table, which is a d66. So let's roll. We'll use once again the agate dice as the 10s and the other dice as the single digits. That's a 63 that we rolled. So 6, the mission type is a punishment mission. And with a 3, people begin terraforming and mining on the backs of still breathing giants. And we're here to punish that. Cool. Let's roll another quick mission. Nope, it's literally rolled the same thing, 63. How am I doing that? I keep rolling the same thing over and over. Weird. Okay, we rolled a 44. So that would be 4 is extraction. And that would be a massive space junk asteroid threatens the well-being of everyone on the star-facing side of the planet. Cool. So yeah, this is... As weird as it is, it's also kind of designed for like pickup play. Just roll in a few tables, get a thing going, and go. It's just that wrapping your head around the use of words almost feels opposed to the concept of just rolling a few tables and run with it. That everything else kind of brings. We got a whole bunch of GM principles: act as a conductor, be a fan of the character, ask players questions, make the action bombastic, be a friend. I kind of skip this part. Game Master agnosticity. Necronautilus can be played collaboratively by players sharing the responsibilities normally assumed by a Game Master, introducing new setting elements, embodying threats and dangers, channeling Death Agent's progress, and issuing missions can be done easily by adding a system of elements and a new type of dice roll, the Eye of Evil. Aha! Aha! I think you can play this game solo. Like, it says it's, once or twice and a Game Master. But this is starting to make me think, like, this is for GM-less play. And if you can play GM-less with a group of players, maybe you can play GM-less solo. You know what? You know what? We are going to go to ads because it's the top of the hour once again. And we do have to. This will be the last ad break. Hey, good news. Good news. Third and final ad break of the stream is going on right now. Or it's about to go on right now. When we get back, let's take a closer look at this GM. I was going to kind of skip that, but actually now I want to take a closer look when we get back from the break. Because if it is possible to run this game solo, that's another thing I can chalk up to for a future stream and just do a little solo playthrough of this and see how that treats us. That could be very interesting. But we'll discuss that further, of course, when we get back from the ads. 3 minutes. You know the drill. We will, of course, be right back. Are we back? Are we back? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Hey, folks. Hey, folks. First of all, before I get back to the game, while I was ranting semi-coherently about this game, I received an email. I doubt they are watching right now, but I received an email from one of the co-creators of an old heads for these streams will recognize this name, Penumbra City. I got an email from one of the co-creators basically being very excited and happy that I reviewed the game. It was one of the first games that I kind of went over on stream and I actually made a dedicated review video for it. I think it's the only one that I've really done a dedicated review video for because I've been inexcusably lazy about making similar videos for other games, because YouTube is hard, it turns out. Anyway, they sent me a absolutely lovely email thanking me for reviewing the game and liking it, and telling me that Penumbra is their dream project, but they're really trying to grow into something bigger. I'm going to reply back to them after, but just to people, folks, game creators, gamers, hey, gamers, I'm talking to you. This is the kind of shit that makes everybody's day. I talked about a game, it made the game creator happy, the game creator reached back out to me and said how glad they are. Now that made my day. I'm going to be riding high off of this for the rest of the day. It makes me so happy to know that the game creators are there, and that they are still actively like into it and trying to do more with it. They also mentioned potentially that they're potentially creating a Penumbra podcast and could potentially consider me as a guest. I'm going to, of course, reply back going, fuck yeah, please do. Apologies if I go on a rant about the Gunslinger yet again. But I mean, again, I rant because Penumbra City was legitimately one of my favorite things. I loved so much about that game, which is why I was so Gunslinger. Anyway. I felt like I wanted to. It's exciting. It's fun. I like these little details. I like it when things happen like that. So it was very nice, and I just felt like I needed to say that because that literally just happened. And who knows? That means there may be more Penumbra content coming in some potential future iteration. We'll see. Stay tuned. But going back to the game we're talking about today, hey, back to the overhead. How are we doing, folks? How's the afternoon going? By the way, I did come back a little. I did take a couple of seconds longer than usual to come back because it was time to feed the cat, and I did remember to do it this time. Ha ha ha! Which means we'll probably won't see her again for the rest of the stream. Once she's been fed, she's like, "Don't care about you anymore. I'm gonna go sleep on the couch." Which is probably what she's going to do, which is fair, honestly, absolutely fair. That's what I would like to do every time after I've eaten as well. All right, so GM principles, let's keep going. Oh, here we go, the Game Master agnosticity. Let's see, let's read through this part and see if it is in fact viable to do a solo play of this game. So let's see. Necronautilus. I will put forth one small criticism of this particular. And I've seen this happen in other games where the layout, where they get creative with layout and design, and it is that there is, just for anybody who's not getting video or is just listening or for whatever reason you can't see the page. These two pages for Game Master Agnosticity are wall to wall. There is art. It's a grayscale art. There is some kind of weird drawing of something with a lot of eyes and some kind of mountains and maybe a moon. I don't know. It's weird, semi-abstract art in various shades of gray. And then there is white text on top of that with no kind of background box or anything separating it from that. And while it is generally readable, especially the parts near the top which are printed on top of the more grayscale areas, rather than the parts at the bottom that are in the much more darker and stand out a lot more, it is a little hard to read. Criticism is due. This is a little hard to read. I think it would have been improved with some, even just a light, like, backing here or something to separate it from that background. It's the only real criticism I have. Wait, Phoenix says, I am just reminded of the creepypasta Penumbra mirror box. Wait, what was that? I'm not reminded of that. I'm missing something. Penumbra mirror box. Not aware of that. But I request details. Friend. Anyway, let's see here. So Necronautilus can be played collaboratively by players, sharing the responsibilities normally assumed by a game master. Introducing new setting elements, embodying threats and dangers, challenging Death Agent's progress, and issuing missions can be done easily by adding a system of elements and a new type of dice roll, the Eye of Evil. A different colored D6. Let's go ahead and use let's use this sort of like red weird dice. That's going to be our Eye of Evil dice. And wait, did that just censor you? Did that just censor you? I literally cannot see what you may have typed. It is just showing me 3 stars. Just a creepypasta. Oh, it's just a okay. I'll look it up. Now I'm curious. If it brings that to mind, I am curious. You know what? Let me make a note, because if not, I will. Since I will forget. Curiosity is no match for just losing track of something. Wait, Penumbra, Mirror Box. Creepy pasta. Ooh, the mirror. Oh wait, the mirror box. Okay. I actually. Yeah. Oh, I actually do know this. Oh wow. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, yeah. I do actually remember. Yeah, no. I get it. It's just the name. It's just yeah. It was a link. Yeah, the chat, the bots will just kind of block any kind of link or anything. That's the problem. No worries. No, I just looked it up. Okay, yeah. I looked it up. It's been over a decade since the last time I thought of that one. But yeah. I actually do know this one. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I should not leave the creepypasta tab open. That's just going to cost me to lose hours of my night on that. That's a bad idea. That is a rabbit hole for me to fall down. Thank you for that. Let's see here. So the Eye of Evil, all right, it's going to be this dice with results connected to an element card. Elements, aspects of the world that the players are interacting with, locations, environments, characters, threats, whatever. You can write down an element at any point, but usually when something is introduced that the table wants to narratively explore. Creating elements. At any point, a player may write down an element of the story being told on a notepad, note card, or paper scrap. An element has 3 aspects: a name, title, or literal name for the element. These describe how the element can influence agents and the world around them. Each word is unique to a given element. Value. An element's value, which ranges from 1 to 6, influences the results of the Eye of Evil die. New elements start with a value of 4. Embodying elements. At any time, players may claim an existing element to control it in the narrative. If it's a location, they have first and final say on descriptions and goings-on. If it is a character, the claiming player embodies them. If it's a threat or concept, that player dictates how it is embodied in the narrative. No player is locked to a single element. Swap between them at will, whether or not it's an element you created. All elements are on the table to be embodied by any other player. As the story progresses, create more elements to maintain momentum, enrich your planets, and challenge your agents. Create moments where the new elements would be manifest, or when players must roll dice to interact with elements. On occasion, elements will be paired with clocks such as obstacles and missions. When a clock is completed, decide whether the associated element is destroyed, adapted, or otherwise changed to suit the new status quo. Rolling the Eye of Evil. The Eye of Evil die is an additional d6 of a distinct color or characteristic rolled in connection with the usual 2d6. When a player rolls to use their Death Agent's power, roll the Eye of Evil die alongside your 2d6 and declare which element is either interfering with their progress or is part of the scene they are in. Resolve the 2d6 result normally, then compare the Eye of Evil's die result with the declared element's value. If it's under the element value, the element of or its word is advantageous to agents, improving the situation, reduces value by 1 to a minimum of 1. If it's over the element value, the element hinders the agent's progress. It brings unpredictable and unforeseen consequences based on its word. Add affixes, letters, or a word to the word and raise its value by 1 to a maximum of 6. And if it's equal to the element value, the element current form fractures and transforms due to your actions. Add its word to your words of power, value 6, and have other players create 1+ new elements in its place. Destroy the fractured element and remove it from play. Interesting. Anything else after that? I don't know. Then we kind of go the known universe. All right. But So in theory, yes, it's still even. You can play it GM-less, and then it's even more of a collaborative storytelling between the players, with the Eye of Evil providing something. But I don't see anything here that would prevent this from being a solo game. Like it's not designed for that. Okay, that's granted. I don't think it's meant to be a solo game. But I think with this here, it's doable. I think I'd like to try it. Not today. We don't have enough time. We're on the last hour, and we still I don't have that much, but at the rate I usually go, let's take some time to examine the rest of this. But that's jot that down for a future stream. I think possibly a solo, because honestly, like, I was not expecting to kind of love this as much as I have. It's still deeply weird. It's still something that I don't think is ever going to show up on the Fandible podcast, unless I somehow manage to convince Dave and Jesus to do acid with me. But as a solo, I could see this happening. All right, let's see. Cop Creepypasta looks into the middle distance. I haven't heard that name in a long time. War movie style flashback. Yes, it was kind of like that. I was like, oh yeah, creepy. And then I just saw the web, the site, and I was like, oh no, this memories flash through of just long nights lost to just going through that, and hours of sleep lost to just being fucking creeped out. Good times. All right, so the known universe. While the universe is vast and ever-expanding, the agency provides here a small selection of planets and their inhabitants. The following is reliable information should a mission bring your Nautilus to their surface. But as the universe continues to populate and shift infinitely, some of these facts may have changed, so take this information with a degree of skepticism and act upon it with a degree of caution. Okay, so this looks like there's just some places, because I think up to this point, I mean, let's see, let me just kind of keep going forward. Planet devoid of a corpse planet devoid of. I wish I knew what the fuck this says. Devoid of Tenet. Devoid of. Page 66. Do we have an actual title on the table of contents for this one? I love your design, game, but also Jesus Christ. Tenet, yeah, Tenet, Tenet. A corpse planet devoid of... Oh! Tenet is the name of the world. It's a corpse planet devoid of panacea, which is the one of the phrases, a blank planet devoid of blank. All right, so this is basically examples. Your example worlds and example settings. Filthy, a planet overrun by sludge in pursuit of malediction. Ooh. Some missions. We got like factions, the witches, Shade's Breath, a digital planet full of wilderness, Canis. Oh, that's kind of cool. Salvation, a tortured planet full of opportunity. Hell is Dead, Long Live Death, Long Live Hell. Ibel, expert of commerce. Leviathan, expert of military. Cypher, expert of technology. Okay, so these are just examples, actually, at this point. So technically, at this point, we have seen the game. That is the system. That is how you run it. That is how you roll. That is how you go around. And then the rest of this is just example planets, example locations, example missions. For example, the Cavity. I believe this is Cavity. Let me double check on the table of contents. Yeah, the Cavity, which is an aquatic planet full of teeth. I see what they did there. I mean, I usually try not to go through like the samples, but also we've got like the rest of this stream. Well, you know what? No. I know what I'm going to do. Okay, so leave these here. If you ever pick up this game, you know that you also don't have to make everything up. There are some sample planets and stuff. No spoilers. No more spoilers. But hey, two things that this game is doing. One is the character sheets and the spaceship sheet here at the end. But look at this. Look at this. At the end back cover, and I like it when books do this because it's easy here, we have a quick rules reference. We've got a quick rules reference. When attempting to an action, roll 2d6. When using words of power, and you got the selection. So we got everything without having to flip back and forth. Here's a quick rules reference, and then here's a quick rules reference kind of for the GM, really, with reaction rolls, generating, and just a quick thing for just generating new planets on the fly. Right there. Very useful. Okay, but here's what we're going to do now. Here's what we're going to do with the rest of this hour. Remember how I brought about Vast Grim before? This, we're not going to do anywhere near as deep a dive, but we're going to just do some quick comparisons so you can kind of see like where the high weirdness went here and how this is more of a much more gritty approach, while still being very similar in that sort of game design, more Borgian-esque kind of aspect to it. So Vast Grim has, again, a lot of traps, a lot of tables. It's got a D10 table for cosmic treasures, the D12 for traps and trickery, D12 weather and ground, a name chart for the various different things. So you can roll a D6 and a D8, for example. So, for example, let's roll a name. Roll a D6. We got a 6. And do we have any D8s handy? No, but I'm just going to roll a D10, and any results over 8 I will ignore and roll again. So that's a 6. So 6 and a 6. Great. Which means our name is Xian. Or just names in general, just useful stuff. And then stuff you might find on a corpse when you steal from the dead. Roll D66. Let's pick up a couple of things. So a 33 is an encrypted tribute painted yellow with a black smile and 3 eyes. Or at 25 is a handwritten list of 13 unscathed. So some of the stuff, like, you need to know what the terminology is to really understand it. But hey, but yeah. So Vast Grim. So it takes a much quicker. So safety tools, important to make everyone at the table feel comfortable. And here's just a link to cantrip safety tools, and that's it. So kind of skipping a little bit, but. Let me read you the description of Vast Grim and compare that to Necronautilus, because it's still very weird, very high concept, very kind of still metal-y. So check this out. The earth that once was has been sliced through, gnawed at, chewed up, and spit out. All that remains are floating vestibules anchored to the fragmented carcass of an exploded planet. And the ships? Is there fuel in their cores? Is it even possible to evade and escape the inevitable? I think not. Those who still remain are merely vessels within vessels, waiting to be fed upon. Let us not forget the space stations. Perhaps there is still some form of civilization left in these pockets, but when will a dormant awaken to become one of the grim? When will they be called to feast upon their souls? I pray that today is not the day where I am beckoned to become one of them. You are still alive, somehow managing to survive, and if you are one of the truly lucky, you have not been afflicted by the worms. And that's spelled, by the way, with a W-U with an umlaut, R-M-S, worms. Who are you? Are you ravished by war, pieced together with remnants of bots and the little flesh left of your body? A twisted biochemist shoving needles into your arms in hopes that this next fix will be the one that saves you and what's left of humanity? Or perhaps you're a survivor, like a cockroach, doing whatever is necessary to stay alive, even if it means the rest of your legion must perish. It does not matter. They are close now. With so few souls left to feed upon, your days in this verse are limited. Will you choose to help anyone on your journey, or only save your own hide? Will you make it through the gate of infinite stars and escape to another universe? Or will you end up, like so many before you, inhabited and controlled by the parasites that are the Vast Grim? So again, this is a very different take. Prophesied and unleashed, and it's almost like in character written. Like all of this, I could go over it, but it's basically like very lore heavy. This universe, or the six disciples of Fatuma set out on a pilgrimage in the primordial mausoleum of They in the year 0. It had been prophesied in the book of Fatuma that they would be unleashed upon the verse by a mission of the truly devout. This prophecy came to fruition when the six harnessed the power of tributes to decrypt the mystical lock which had sealed the mausoleum. A fervent gust of stale, particulate-filled air exploded out of the ancient crypt, worming its way into the lungs of the six. It was written in the book of Fatuma that those who drew air with They would then, from that day forward, be one with They. Their breath would be the inhalations of They, and their exhalations would be known as the Grim. As true with their first prophecy and the release of They, all other writings in the book of Fatuma have come to pass, all except the last 7 torments. The 6 disbanded to travel, sharing the breath of They to every corner of the verse. As missionaries, their preachings spread like a plague, infecting those in their flock with the Grim. So then a whole bunch more explanation, quotes from the book of Fatuma, just so much setting work on this, and you'll notice there's been no discussion of this is a tabletop RPG. Here's what a tabletop RPG is. Just going straight into just lore, the mausoleum of They, weird prophecies, very different approach. Again, setting. We're talking about the Belt of Despair. We're talking about the waste barges of Kalar, the Bitter Void, the Marauder's Cryosphere. All these settings, all these places that exist within the world. And only around page 20 do we kind of get a little bit of actual slight mechanics. The ending scrawled in the blood of Fatuma, as it was written, as it shall pass, whether it be slow and agonizing or ferociously fast, they will devour us all. The end is always near, and as such, the game master, GM, rolls a die on the dawn of each day. When the resulting roll is a 1, a torment will occur, and the die used will be selected by the GM and the group. When there is a torment, the GM must roll D66 to determine which one occurs. There should never be the same torment twice in the verse. And so, depending on the dice that is rolled, so D20, they still have much torment pain to inflict. D12, halfway around the verse. D10, there may be hope yet. D6, one more voyage. Or D2, the air is almost gone. So, the lower the dice, the bigger the dice, the lower the chance of. This is exactly. It's super. This is super Morkborgian. Morkborg also has that sort of escalating doom that's coming. Same thing here. Every day, Cyborg. Yeah, again, these are very, very, Morkborgian approaches. And again, you generate all of these torments as we go. Like for example, let's say we generate one. There's torments 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the first torment that gets generated, you can just roll a d6 to get one. So let's roll a d6 on the. Okay, we got a 6. Torment 1. The rivers, forged of that which was spilt, will draw out those who hunger to lap up all that flowed until nothing is left but ravenous beasts. And these are just things that happen, and you interpret them as needed. And then finally we get into character creation. Again, throughout all of this, there's been almost no explanation of system or nothing. You're just kind of thrust into this world. Again, very Morkborgian. Like, if nothing else, Necronautilus, it doesn't quite go that far. It's still very thematic, very flavorful even from the beginning. But I think because of the fact that it is taking that much weirder approach to using words and being a much more flexible, I guess, kind of system, or just weirdly imaginative. So they had to spend more time kind of getting you up to speed on like, hey, this is how the system actually works, because it's very different, right? This is not D&D. This is not really OSR. Like there's a lot of influences clearly from the Morkborg and the OSR world, but it's not that type of game, right? It's almost a philosophical game. While here, this is very, very Morkborgian. It's you're just nasty little people doing nasty little things, surviving in this horrible, doomed universe. Like for creating player characters, it's designed for just rolling randomly all through if you want to, which is very common on Morkborgian stuff. So like creating a player character. Let's see. So the network. The network has been character creation here in the fragmented remains of a shattered verse. It seems like all that endures is the vast grim. The network has been buzzing with encrypted rumors of a way to escape to another universe. Scientifics are calling it the Gate of Infinite Stars. Others believe humanity must stand its ground and resist. They should be defeated and destroyed. Here you stand, one of the few that remain. Maybe you've got credits on your cred stick tucked into your boot. Maybe not. At least you have D4 days worth of freeze-dried rations stashed away in your suit. So you just from the beginning, we are rolling a D4 to see just how much food you've got left before you even do the rest of character creation. That's the vibe. Character creation, select a class or randomly roll a d8. Follow the class instructions for equipment, armor, and weapons. Roll for abilities, roll for hit points, roll your personality traits, randomly acquire your starting equipment, spend some of your credits, give your character a name, though it will be quickly forgotten once infected by the Grim. Again, this game, and I think this is part of like why it's hard sometimes for us to kind of bond with the Morkborgian kind of games, because they really do make you create a character and then immediately tell you, and by the way, don't get attached. And it's like, but I do get attached. So let's do this. Let's see if we can create a quick character before we're done. So let me actually pull out some more sort of classic dice here. Here we go. Put them on top. I've got such a mess going on this table right now. And let's get a D8 going. Here we go. A D8. So let's see. Randomly roll. Wait, I just want to roll it on the book. There we go. So we got a 4. So our choice of character, we'll go through all of them, but we're going to go select one. I think in practice they're less lethal. JP said they do, right, Tristan. That's kind of that's almost kind of the problem. Like we ran into this with Shadow Dark, where Shadow Dark makes a whole show of basically going like, hey, create spare characters, be ready. Like your character's going to die. You're going to just next scene you just come in with a new character and keep going. They are completely disposable, whatever. But then through actual gameplay, it turns out that no, you're actually a lot more like you're not. It wasn't nearly as lethal as it pretends to be, and that's weird because on the one hand, I didn't want it to be that lethal, but on the other hand, well, if you're gonna say lethal, then be lethal. Actually, do it. Otherwise, I'm just already like, okay, I guess I'm not getting attached to this character. And then 3 sessions later, I'm still on the same character. Like, anyway, so our options are, we're not choosing this one, we chose 4. So the first option is Mansheen. You don't truly belong anywhere except in battle with your legion. Enhanced for war, your humanity has melded with the sharp, cold machinery, forged to your flesh, even if your mind has not. Like all Mansheened, the sharp, ravaging steel claws of your grafted metal hand have saved your ass while in the trenches. Option number 2 would be a Soul Survivor, S-O-U-L. Soul Survivor. Wherever you go, a dark cloud looms over your filthy, bug-infested head. You drag it along with you like a dead dog on a leash, darkening those you keep company with. Well, what can be done? The shadows are where you thrive. When all is bleak, you will profit, or at least be the last to die. Option 3 is the Lost Technomaniac. You found a rock, and you stayed on it. It was quiet, allowing your mind to dissect and analyze the tributes you had acquired, gaining a true understanding of neuromancy. But then the Grim came, and somehow you evaded them. Now you've been thrust from solitude to join those in your legion. All their boring chatter and yammering noise glutters your mind. And now the option that we actually picked, which is the Twisted Biochemist. I was kind of hoping for this one, actually. You became infected with the parasite while trying to find a means to defeat it. The knowledge of your impending, disgusting transformation and death has given you a unique view on life. Do you use your skills to help humanity or fall bleakly into a stinking abyss of self-pity? Okay, and then let's just look at the other ones, and we'll come back to the Twisted Biochemist. Option 5 is Treacherous Merc. You're a total bastard. You generally think only of yourself, and anyone that stands against you deserves what they get. A punch in the mouth or a blast to the chest. You're not above selling out a friend if it makes you a fat stack of cred sticks or gets you closer to escaping the grim. Money talks, bullshit walks are tattooed on your black heart. You understand space travel and can probably pilot a ship out of this hellhole. It does say you're a treacherous merc. Tristan says, they also may be warning that the median D&D Pathfinder power gamer, you guys don't really dwell in that space. True. Fair point, Tristan. Fair point. Since we don't really do Pathfinder, D&D, and that sort of stuff, we do a lot of one-shots. But yeah, exactly. Like it may be more of a warning of like, hey, don't expect to get to level 20 with a Morkborg character, which is much more reasonable. But the fact that they hype it up so much makes you feel like. And that said, given the system, it is entirely possible if you roll really poorly and you make some really dumb decisions to like die 5 minutes into a game. Fair. But I think the games, they do kind of like almost exaggerate that a little. And part of that I think is for the aesthetic of it, right? It just makes it feel like more hardcore and whatnot. But again, it's not nearly as lethal as they pretend to be. You know, you're kind of being a bit of a poser, Morkborg. Just putting that out there. Let's see. Another option would have been the emo bot. You feel. I mean, you can really feel all the feels. You might even have a soul if the Grim don't remove any need for one. Your mechanical mind and body are immune to infection and infestation, but infection isn't the only way to check out in this verse. You hate the Grim. It breaks your mechanical heart to watch them take away all the people that share your feels. They must go. You'll use your superior knowledge of technology in a bid to create hope for the future, or just a path to get out of this weeping sore of a shithole system. And the option number 7 would have been the Devout. You have more than blind faith. You are truly a devout disciple of Fatuma. You have studied the scriptures and traveled to the mausoleum of They, letting your blood spill onto the altar of convergence. Though many around you fear the Grim, you are doing all that you can to usher in the reign of They. And the Harvester is the final option. You have always loved getting dirty and digging around in other people's filth. Those who have sided with the Grim offer a handsome bounty for those willing to harvest worms from the bodies of the fallen. You made a decent living for a number of years doing just that, and you're damn good at it. I think at one point they do mention that options 6 and 7 are a little PvP-ish, and so if you don't want to include them, maybe you don't. But there is that. But we chose Twisted Biochemist, so that's our character. Let's do some rolls. First, we begin with D6 times 10 credits and D2 favors. So let's roll a D6. 3 times 10. We begin with 30 credits and a D2 favors. Let's just roll a D6, and if we get 1 to 3, that's a 1. 4 to 6, it's a 2. That's a 5. So we begin with 2 favors. And our HP is toughness plus D6. I don't know where our stats are. I don't think we have been told yet. But that's fine. Then we roll for our Addicted to Science table. Let's see here. We rolled a 2. Your ravenous addictions led you to a life of science so you could satiate your never-ending cravings for pharma. Dr. Israel returns. Yes, he fucking does. I have missed Dr. Israel. Your abilities. You're educated. So roll 3d6 plus 2 for presence. That's not a great roll. That's a 7 plus 2, 9 in presence. Considering that's a 3d6 and it could have gone as high as 18, as 20. Like that's oh man, rolling 3d6 your stats is so brutal. Puny Scholar 3d6 -2 strength, inner fortitude. Oh, there we go. There's our toughness. So our toughness is 3d6 plus 1. So that's 5 plus 5, 10 plus 1, 11. So our HP is toughness plus d6, so 11 plus another d6. So our HP is 15 for Dr. Israel here. Then we do not roll on the weapons table, but we do start with an inoculation dart gun, range 20, holds 8 doses, and D2 on the armor table. So let's roll a D2. That's a 1. Where is the armor table? Let's see. The armor table is hopefully further ahead. Hit points, we got this. Abilities, presence, strength, toughness, battle scars, misspent youth. Ooh, all sorts of good stuff. Okay, so I don't roll on weapons, but I do roll on armor. Here we go, armor. So we rolled just a D2, so that's 1. So we start at tier 0 with no armor, but cool. And then let's see here. You carry a portable nanotech chemical laboratory and an inoculation gun. You have spent your youth, and now likely your life, looking for the key to neutralize the Grim. You ain't found shit, but you keep trying. You receive 2 random D8 creations per day as you tinker with a total of D4 doses. So every day you roll D8 twice and receive 2 of these. So let's see what we start with. Where'd my D8 go? I rolled you a few times. Oh, here, no, that's a D10. Here we go, D8. Okay, let's roll this D8 2 times and see what kind of meds our Ursat's Dr. Israel has in this game. So that's a 6. 6 is Sixth Sense. Synthetic spinal fluid gives you a full day of +2 presence. Shot must be administered in the spine. If you roll a 1 on a D8, you're paralyzed for a day. And let's get our second dose for today, an 8. An 8 is Wake the Dead, an inoculation that can reverse the effects of death if administered within 1 minute. 1 on a d6 causes the nanites to dissolve the corpse. 5 to 6 reverses the death condition to broken. Revived creature or player rolls again for broken. This can only be administered to an individual once. If it doesn't take the first time, it never will. Cool. All right, so that's our Twisted Biochemist. And then it at its basics, and then we have additional stuff. So again, your abilities: agility, presence, strength, and toughness. Roll 3d6 and let's specify differently by your class. And then based on that, you get a +3, -3, whatever. It's a very similar, again, very OSR kind of similar stats. Hit points. Okay, so what happens if you are broken? It's 0 HP. You are broken. You're broken. You roll a d4. Oh, God damn it! Do I not have any d4s handy? Come on! Oh, here we go. Oh, this one's from the friends of the stream, friends of the podcast, friends of everything. Explorers Wanted. These are their Knight's Hope dice from Die Hard Dice. Not sponsored to me, but they do sponsor Explorers Wanted, and we like Explorers Wanted. They are friends. Anyway, this is their D4. Let's roll. We are broken. You roll, and we got a 2 on that one. So with a 2, we roll a D6. God damn it. Boop. 4. From a 1 to 5. Severed limb, reduce agility permanently by 1, so he lost a limb. Or, hey Hawkeye, how you doing, friend? Greetings from the workbench. Welcome in, friend. Welcome in. First of all, the now traditional greeting here. Ni hao, ¿qué pasa, habibi? Welcome in, friend. Also, heads up that we are in the last 20 minutes of the stream. We just spent the bulk of the stream going over Necronautilus, which is weird stoner metal acid trip of a game, vaguely OSR, vaguely Morkborg inspired, but with really cool and weird mechanics of using words to create galaxy-spanning effects, but also as you roll, your words get shattered and remixed and changed. It's really cool, really interesting, and highly recommended. And then in the last bit of this stream, we are comparing it to Vastgrim, which is a much more traditionally Morkborgian OSR experience. Also, both of them have that sort of, as you can see here with the visual design, that sort of like Morkborgian style of visual design and layout, with Vastgrim being a bit more colorful perhaps, but still following in that same sort of tradition. So cool. If we go to 0 hit points, I just lost a limb. And if you get to negative hit points, you are super dead. Cool. Okay, here we go. So now we get to roll twice on the misspent youth table. Where you've been and what you've done is only a small dribble in the piss pot of your life. What you've seen, on the other hand, has shaped the meat bag you are today. So let's roll a d20. In fact, I think this is the d20 that we should roll, the big chunker for this game. Let's go. Oof. So that is a 13 for the first roll, solid. So my misspent youth, extravagant, and 5, extravagant and merciless as a biochem doctor guy. That's all right. Cool. Extravagant, merciless life, addicted to all sorts of pharma. Then we've got battle scars. Roll once. Let's see here. What are our battle scars? We rolled a 2. A runny nose of neon green mucus or sparks sputtering out of orifices. So runny nose of neon green mucus. Yeah, that kind of fits with a twisted biochemist that, as we rolled earlier, is kind of addicted to their own supply. Yeah, that's just going to be the whole game. Gross. Irritating idiosyncrasies. Sure. Let's D20. Let's roll once and get a irritating idiosyncrasy for our chemist. That is a 10, which is that the inside of your skull has an incessant itch, which you believe is a worm you call Fred. You talk to Fred. Let me roll a different one just to get a little bit of variety. In fact, let's roll 2 more, because I usually like to roll 3 times to get a little bit of variety on these tables. A second roll here gave us 17. Germaphobe. Everything must be clean and sterile. I do like that one, but I prefer Fred. And the last one is a 19. Bald patches. Whenever you rest, you pull hairs or wires out of your head. Cool, but I mean, nothing beats Fred. Not this time. And then everything you've managed to hang on to or scavenge can be found here. You're starting equipment. Okay, so I'm guessing we roll 3 things. We roll a d6 first. D6, we got a 4. So we have a space pack, which holds 6 normal-sized items. Interesting. So do we roll 6 times for the rest of the... No, I guess it's just the space pack. Wait, let's see. Begins D6 and D2 favors, abilities. Do we just roll once on each table? Maybe. We did skip a few things. I'm going to assume we just roll once on each table and kind of go with it. So we have a backpack, a space pack rather, and then we are going to roll D12 twice. I do have D12s. Where are they? Here we go. Look at these beautiful D12s. In fact, let's roll 2 of them. Where's the other one? Do I not have... Oh, no. Oh, here it is. Yes, I was going to say. Here we go. That is the Knight's Hope D12. All right, let's roll both of these. Oh, that's a 1 and a 6. So with a 1, we've got a laser torch with 4 charges per use. 4 charges or 4 uses that can cut to 3 feet or of 5-inch thick metal. And a 6, which gives us a glow-in-the-dark hammer. You know, sometimes if you need to hammer in the dark, you'll be happy for that. We did not get to roll on the weapons table, but had we gotten to roll on the weapons table, why don't we do a full D10? And so one thing that it does is, for example, you'll notice that the Merc, if you check here, let's see, you roll a D10 on the weapons table for the Merc, while the Twisted Biochemist doesn't roll on the weapons table at all. Instead, they have this gun, and the Lost Technomaniac rolls a D4 on the weapons table, and so forth. Depending on your character type, you might roll a smaller dice, which means that the higher results are going to be wilder. Like, for example, if you roll a D4, that means that you'll have something like a military dagger with a sheath or a sharp throwing bones or a club or a wrench. Well, if you get to roll on a D10, you can end up with a semi-auto pistol, a pulse rifle, or even an energy sword. So that's kind of like how the game makes it just a single table, still caters to all characters while maintaining that thing, or like some character types are going to have bigger weapons and better weapons than others. I find that kind of elegant. I do kind of like that as a little game design thing. I do find that rather elegant. And then armor, again, Arkai could only roll a 1d2, so he was never going to start with a police-grade carbon fiber body armor or a military-grade mecha-enhanced armor suit. The best he could have hoped for would have been a nice leather jacket, but he ended up with no armor at all, which makes sense for his type of character. Then we got encumbrance. So we actually do kind of have to keep track of encumbrance and stuff. That's a Morkborgian kind of thing. And then just items and stuff. Cost, so we do have 30 credits. We could spend money on stuff if we wanted to and fit it into our space pack. I'm not going to kind of skip that for now. Favors. So they said we start with D2 favors. I rolled and I got 2 favors. So what are favors? Let's see. Something or someone has smiled favorably upon you. It could simply be luck, an ancient god, an alternate you from a parallel universe, your fairy godmother if you believe in such horseshit, or perhaps you sold your soul to something scarier than they. Whatever the case, you can call upon those favors if your luck has run out. Every class gains a number of favors. Once favors have been used up, they can be regained after resting for a minimum of 6 hours. Roll the class-designated die each time favors are replenished. So favors let you do stuff like deal maximum damage when attack, re-roll a dice roll, yours or someone else's, lower damage dealt to you by a d6, neutralize a crit or a fumble, or lower one test difficulty rating by -4. Optional. If your players have a soft spot in their hearts for their characters and fear their inevitable death, give each PC an additional favor. Also, allow players to share their daily favors with other PCs in times of crisis. Perhaps then your campaign will be a little less brutal. But really, why would you want that? Alright, so these are basically like little advantages that you can get per day. Cool, cute. Then the powers that be, neuromancy. So our character doesn't really deal with neuromancy. The Lost Technomaniac would do. I don't think we have any tributes. No, as a biochemist, we don't really do that. We're all about these biochemical creations. But others may have access to tributes, and tributes are kind of the magic of this system. So long before the concept of time could be calculated and conceived by man, there existed neuromantic energy floating through the cosmos. Neuromancy was harnessed to imprison they inside the mausoleum. Some of this energy has been contained and transferred onto data chips, becoming known throughout the verse as tributes. Roll presence plus d4 at the beginning of each day to determine the number of times you can use neuromancy that day. These can be used to activate tributes. Using a holographic tribute, presence DR12 test. If successful, the power is activated. When using a tribute, whether it succeeds or fails, reduce the number of NP, neuromancy points available that day by 1. So basically, they're your spells. They're your powers. They're used in chips that you get, like they're one-use sort of off powers, which again reminds me of Morkborg, because I think Morkborg kind of had that as well, where they were like one-use like scrolls or something like that. Like I've seen that in multiple sort of Morkborgian style games where that is kind of like how they are. They're kind of like one-offs, and you roll and you find different ones. And then self-improvement. Characters can be improved at the game master's discretion. This can happen at the end of the scenario, defeating certain enemies. When a character improves, this is what happens. Additional HP. That's basically, you get more HP, you gain some ability changes, and yeah, this is something, again, this I saw this in Shadow Dark, I've seen this in other Morkborgs, and I always feel weird about that. The fact that you can sort of fail to improve, that instead of just leveling up and stuff comes with the level, you have to roll, and there's a chance that you will not improve or even actually grow worse when you sort of try and go up. It is a weird approach. I get it. I don't like it, but I do get it. And then we got the combat and tests, which again is fairly straightforward. Difficulty ratings, you're rolling a basic D20. It's again very OSR-y. But you again, we're going to kind of skip over some of this stuff because this one's not getting the full deep dive. It's just more of an example. We got pharmaceuticals and how they work. Again, I'm sure my character, that chemist, would probably deal with this a lot. Here we go. Hack tributes, encrypted tributes. So these are the various spells. So for example, let's say I did have a couple. Let's roll a couple. So let's roll a quick D10. Let's roll D10 twice to get 2 different tributes. So that's a 4. So we got a signal boost tribute. Works like a beacon, causing all other tributes within Astrosec to light up for D4 days. so it lets you find other things. I've been streaming Struggle Bus. Welcome in, friend. I'm about to end. We're almost done, actually, for today. I have been this week streaming from 3 to 7 instead of 2 to 6. That's a bit of an experiment. So yes, still live, but about to finish. But hey, good to see you. Ni hao, que pasa, habibi? How are you doing, friend? I hope your day's been well. I'm assuming you just got off work. So does appear multiple people. I really do need to start streaming even later, so just the people as they get off work, they can just hang out with me. That's really what I should be doing instead of just having my own little, just me by myself in the afternoons. But hey, here you are. Lamau, okay, well, that's on me for being ignorant in our snowpocalyptic BS. No worries. Again, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just happy to see you. I hope the snowpocalypse doesn't fuck you over too hard. I've gotten news from a few people that weather is wild this week. It's not great over here either, but at least it has not snowpocalypse yet. It looks like Saturday, though, will be kind of crazy. We'll see. Let's kind of keep going. Okay, so Becoming the Grim. Okay, so we have a whole thing about the worms that are inside you that will change you into the Grim. That's the game. I do actually really, it's fucked up. It's cool. But it's basically, once you have been chosen as a host of the Grim, roll a d6 to determine which of the gods has gifted you with this honor. So you get infected by a different type of worm. And then, depending on that type of worm, you basically start feeling parasitic pains and parasitic pleasures. And the way that kind of works is like on the first day of infection, roll on that god's parasitic pains. This is your ailment for the day. On each subsequent day, make a toughness DR16 check. If you fail, re-roll for a different parasitic pain. You will never have the same ailment twice. Roll a pain you already endured. The worm isn't done with you yet. Roll again. If you succeed the toughness test, you and the worm are working in harmony today. Roll on the parasitic pleasures. If during your parasitic pains you are required to concede your character to the GM, your PC is now considered the Grim. Roll up a new character. You should have probably already done this. Very few have ever lived through hosting all 6 types of worms. Those that have done so become the unscathed. Anyway, point is, you get infected by the worms. They can change you. They can make you more powerful, but they can most likely fuck you up even more. It is an interesting game. It's much... in its own way, much darker. Even though in this game, everybody starts dead, in this game, you will get to death. It is in its own weird way a lot darker, but it's also a lot more traditional than Necronautilus was, I think. And it's a good contrast between them. One that I'm having fun with, though. But the difference between them, again, is very much like Necronautilus is a game. It almost feels like a game about philosophy. It is. It's a game about words. It's a game about conversation. It's a game about the power of communication, of words, of playing with meaning and understanding. Vastgrim is much more of just like a hard, dark, metal, death, blood, rage, darkness, like fucking weird space parasites in a doomed universe vibe, despite both of them sharing a lot of a visual identity and a lot of just really background from the Borgian, last use of that word for this stream, heritage that they both come from. And with that, I think it's time for me to start wrapping up the stream. So let's go back here. Folks, thank you so much for hanging out with me. We made it. Pretty good. I think we made pretty good use of our time. We went 4 hours, spent 3 of them with Necronautilus, spent the last one with Vast Grim, and enjoyed, I believe, our way through all of them. I would love to know what any of you thinks of those games. Feel free to let me know, either in chat right now or, next time we hang out. In the meantime, I am going to reply back. As I mentioned earlier, I got an email, a truly delightful email, from one of the creators of Struggle Bus. You'll recognize this one, Penumbra City. One of the co-creators of Penumbra City sent me a lovely email having discovered the review and stuff that I did for them earlier, and I'm going to respond back. There may be more Penumbraness to come in the future. Who knows? That is a lovely, lovely thing. Anyway, folks. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hey, Tristan, change of tone, but do you know any good solar punk RPGs? Something about a more positive vision of the future. Goddamn, off the top of my head, nothing is coming to mind. I have a few. I'll have to look through my selection. Unfortunately, I do kind of have to wrap up. Actually, let me snooze this ad since I'm low on time. I do have to wrap up the stream. So tell you what, I'm going to press a button here, and that button is for promoting my socials. I'm going to, and let me actually make a note of that so I don't forget. Where's my browser? Here we go. Solar Punk RPGs lookup. There we go. Just added a task to myself. I'm going to go through my collection because I do have some that I think fit that vibe. I'm a little frazzled right now because I'm wrapping up the stream. So keep an eye on my socials there. Blue Sky primarily, but Blue Sky and Mastodon are both great. And I'll post there. I will post there what I can offer. Or otherwise, I will also be back tomorrow for another stream. Same bat time, same bat channel, 3 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow, though, we are going to be doing a little bit of housework, house cleaning. Not literal house cleaning. I'm not going to be walking around the apartment cleaning things. But we are... I was kind of challenged by a good friend of the stream, and who I believe actually just went live. So, in fact, I should probably look up how I can raid over there. PB Plays Inside, because... they kind of challenged me to work on. Hey, yeah, there you are. On the art. I'm working, basically making some art and stuff for the games that I want to post on SPG. I went on a whole rant about that yesterday, and so tomorrow is going to be a work day. I'm going to get some SPG listings up. I'm going to work on the thumbnails that I need for them, so I can finally just post those things up and have some stuff to offer. Because right now I'm not offering any games, and that seems counterproductive to what I'm trying to do here. So that will be tomorrow's stream. Also, we'll just in general talk about tabletop RPGs and stuff like that. And I will be able to answer questions like Tristan's question about solar punk games with a little bit more time and just general reference. So look forward to that. But also, yes, again, keep an eye on my socials because I will actually post something at some point tonight about that and recommend some. So thanks so much for the question. Thanks to everyone who has been hanging out throughout the stream. Sincerely appreciate you. Thank you for anyone who's been lurking and quiet. Lurkers are the backbone of Twitch, and that means each one of you is a special little vertebra. And I love that for each and every one of you then. And yes, definitely keep an eye on Mastodon, Tristan. I will post something at some point later tonight. You have my word on that. And with that in mind, let's kind of wrap up here. Let's see, who do we have? Hey, I see PB is live for an uptime of 6 seconds. So I'm assuming that's actually 6 minutes, not 6 seconds. Either way, let's go ahead and do that, folks. We're going to go ahead and raid PB, hang out on their channel as representatives of my stream. Please be nice. And we're just gonna vibe over there, and I will again be streaming tomorrow. Looking forward to having folks drop by again if they can. If not, I just hope you have a wonderful time zone wherever you are. Don't let the snowpocalypse keep you down, and we'll be back again soon. All right? Take care, folks. Take care. And I'm going to just go ahead, start the raid. We do not have a raid message. The raid message is, hi, we're raiding. Anyway, here we frickin' go. In 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. I don't raid too often. Here, 1, go! Raid. Oh, wait, no. I have to hit the button. Raid, go! There we go.